Here. Councilmember Du Bois?
Here.
Councilmember Filsath?
Here.
Vice Mayor Ku?
Here.
Councilmember Stone?
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka? For the record, we have 6 present.
Thank you. And our first order of business tonight is a special order. We have in recent months and weeks received some really great support from our state and federal legislators on funding for city initiatives. And tonight we wanted to acknowledge and appreciate the work that Assemblymember Mark Berman has done to help obtain us a $5.4 million earmark, I believe, for our fire station number 4, which has been a city priority for a long while and a priority for Assemblymember Berman from more than a decade ago. So Assemblymember, welcome and thank you for all your work on this. Would you like to just share some thoughts with us on what's occurred and anything else going on that we should be thinking about?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Burt and Vice Mayor Ku and esteemed council members. It's fun to see everybody in the chambers. I wish I was there in person, but we're back for our first day of the stretch run of the session here in Sacramento. But you kind of alluded to how this has been a priority of mine for a long time. One of the first things I ever did in public service was get appointed to the Infrastructure Blue Ribbon Commission for the city of Palo Alto, and I know there are some staff that were staffing that committee back then that still are leading staff efforts in the city today. And there are people like you, Mayor Burt, who was on the council at the creation of IBRIC. And if I recall correctly, I think we might have even worked together on the campaign committee to raise the TOT to help fund some of those efforts. And as we all know, as time goes on, costs increase for projects. And so even though we thought that we'd had all of the projects fully funded, as the costs increased, a funding need arose, and it was just really exciting to be able to help out. So we're fortunate that we've had some pretty good budgetary times at the state level, and that gives us the opportunity to fund critical projects in our districts. And this was, at the top of my list. We asked for more than 5.2 or 5.4, but we're not going to turn down what we got. So, I was just really happy and having seen and toured, 10, 11 years ago when I was on IBRIC, and then obviously as a council member, having toured Fire Station 3, Fire Station 4, seeing the working conditions, that those kind of antiquated fire stations provide for our firefighters, knowing how important it is for our mutual constituents, for Palo Altans, to get, whether it's fire services or medical services, EMT services, to have our professionals be able to react as quickly as possible, is something that the community, I know, really prioritizes and deserves. So, kudos to the city for all that you all have done over the past decade or more, 12 years, since IBRIC was created, to build a new public safety building, new parking lots, one new fire station, increasing the PCI scores, the pavement condition indexes, and I'm just happy that I was able to help out a little bit for Fire Station 4, and it's exciting, and I appreciate the chance to come and be there virtually, at least, for this.
Thank you. And Councilmember Cormack, would you like to speak?
Yes, thanks so much. Mark, thank you for being here. You toured 3 and 4 a while ago. I toured 3 and Fire Stations 3 and 4 earlier this year and posted some side-by-side photos. And the difference is really shocking. And thanks for highlighting the fact that, we're asking our folks to work in conditions that aren't appropriate. As somebody who lives in South Palo Alto, I've been watching Fire Station 4. It hasn't been great to see it to be the last thing on there, but something has to be last. And I so appreciate you helping us really push this over. Although when you mentioned PCI, I guess I shouldn't tell you too much about the emails we've been getting this week about El Camino. We'll leave that for another time. time.
Needless to say, it's absolutely on our radar, something that we've been working on, trying to push Caltrans. So we get those, I get those emails too.
But really mostly tonight it is about appreciation and, I hope things take a long time. We've seen this recently on the national level. People talked about how long it can take, especially with infrastructure. So thanks for not giving up and helping us get across the finish line.
My pleasure, Allison. Thanks so much.
Thank you for joining us tonight, and thank you in advance for the next thing you're going to do for us.
You know where to find me. Thank you, Mayor Bird.
All right.
Good to see everybody.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Councilmember Tanaka, I'm sorry. You put your plate apparently.
Who was a member of IBRIC back in the day.
That's right. Yeah. So Mark, great seeing you. Thank you so much for all your work. I just really appreciate what you've done for the city. I have to also echo what Councilmember Cormack said. Lots of complaints about El Camino, and I had someone tell me yesterday they thought he should upgrade his car to SUV to cross El Camino. So definitely appreciate what you're trying to do there. So just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, no, appreciate that, Greg, and great to see you. I think that was when we first met, was on IBRIC together a long time ago. And I hear you, and we'll keep pushing to get those improvements on El Camino done faster than Caltrans was planning to.
Well, thank you again.
All right, good to see you all. Thanks.
All right, thanks. So our next item is a study session on the status of national and regional airplane noise initiatives. And I don't know, City Manager Shikata, you going to start this off?
Sure, I'll tee this up. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just want to perhaps respond to the question of why are we having a study session on this topic. As the council knows, this has been a longstanding priority and issue of concern for community members here in Palo Alto. And as such, we have endeavored to provide periodic updates for the council as to things that have been ongoing. That said, I think it's fair to say over the past year, it's been something of an issue of some setbacks, certainly with the dissolution of the Santa Cruz-Santa Clara Roundtable, as well as perhaps quite frankly, most recently, the interaction and the outcome of engagement with SFO on the Gbass issue. So with that, we nonetheless thought it would be important to give the council and community a status report on issues both locally as well as nationally on this topic of aircraft noise, and also acknowledge that as we go forward, the city has established, the council has established protocol for us to respond to any issues of concern as they come up. So we'll continue operating with that protocol. In addition, would be appropriate to note that we are not really resourced for ongoing activity in this area other than, as noted, our Public Works Director, who's volunteered, I think, to lead our ongoing engagement on this topic, but also important to acknowledge the involvement we have of a number of residents that continue to monitor and provide, in many ways, pro bono support to the city's engagement on aircraft noise issues. So with that intro, let me turn it over to our Public Works Director, Brad Eggleston.
And thanks for the introduction, Ed. Good evening, Mayor Burt and Council. Brad Eggleston, Director of Public Works. For our session today, actually, next slide, please. We're showing a bit of a little agenda because we have several speakers. So we'll first hear today from Peter Kirsch, who will go over national airport noise issues. And then Jim Allardyce will give an overview of what Gbass is, that the city manager alluded to. And I'll give some update on Palo Alto's engagement with SFO about their Gbass project over the last year or so. So those are our topics. I also wanted to emphasize what this session is not, which is a session about Palo Alto's airport. But did want to let you know we're beginning a planning process for Palo Alto Airport in the next couple of months. And we're planning a separate discussion with the council this fall. I think also a study session that will include review of issues like noise, unleaded fuel, and the work we're doing to plan for sustainability at the airport. So with that on this slide, I'm now going to turn it over to Peter Kirsch.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. It's my pleasure to be here this evening to talk a little bit about what's going on nationally with respect to airport noise issues. So I'll jump to the end.
I'm sorry, Peter, if you're able, we can't see you.
Okay. Apparently my video has been disabled by the host.
Okay, no problem. I just want to make sure you knew that.
Now it's enabled. Now you can see me.
There we go.
Okay. Not that you really want to see me, but so be it. So let me just jump to the end so folks know where I'm going here, which is, to no one's particular surprise, airport noise issues continue to roil nationally. There has been only minimal progress at the national level, but there are some prospects for some further developments, particularly in the coming year, which I will talk about in a moment. If we could go to the next slide. I want to focus really on three areas, and I apologize for those of you who are already well steeped in airport noise. Some of this may be old news, but I think it's useful just to bring everybody up to speed at the same level. So I want to talk about the FAA's Neighborhood Environmental Survey that was released last year, a little bit about congressional activity and what's going on with the FAA on next gen and flight tracks, which of course is an issue of great importance to Palo Alto. If we can go to the next slide, please. The Neighborhood Environmental Study is a study that the FAA released a year ago, which was fundamentally an effort to determine whether the manner in which the FAA reports on noise impacts remains valid. The motivation was that the data upon which the FAA relied was outdated and really not particularly applicable to the 21st century. The data literally dates back from 1979 and years beforehand. And since 1979, there was considerable research that was done outside of the United States indicating that the data upon which the FAA relied was no longer applicable. So the goal of the study was to produce a nationally representative curve for noise from civil aircraft operations, principally fixed wing as opposed to helicopters, and how that related to annoyance to aircraft noise exposure. Now, let me do a slight detour here on terminology. When it comes to reporting noise, there are two different terms that are important. One is the metric, and the second is the threshold. The metric is the manner in which the FAA reports noise, and they use a metric called average day-night noise level, DNL, or CNEL in California. The metric was not being examined in the Neighborhood Environmental Survey. The purpose of the survey was to examine the threshold. That is, what level of noise is sufficiently high to generate community annoyance and to deserve federal intervention, federal reaction, either under the environmental laws or under other very specialized laws. If we can go to the next slide, please. The Neighborhood Environmental Survey found the following primary results. This curve, which by itself doesn't mean much, and I'll show you another curve in just a moment, shows the estimated percent of people who are highly annoyed by aircraft noise. And just as an illustration, if we go to the very left-hand side of the graph, what it shows is that a noise exposure level of 50 decibels, DNL, about 20% of the population is highly annoyed. Whereas if you go on the right-hand side, a noise exposure level of 75 decibels DNL, it's more than 80% of the public is highly annoyed. If we can go to the next slide, please. Highly annoyed is the terminology that the FAA uses for determining when noise levels are sufficient to warrant some federal reaction. So if we look at this chart, it's really important to understand the differences between what the FAA found in the latest Neighborhood Environmental Survey released in 2021 and what had been shown in earlier years. The black line at the top shows what the survey showed were people's level of annoyance. The 4 lines below that are the lines upon which the FAA has relied since 1979. Newsflash here, that the level of public annoyance that the FAA believed existed is much, much, much lower than it is today. And there are a number of very good, both psychological and sociological explanations for that we could get into if you want. But the critical analysis, the critical conclusion of the FAA study is that much people are annoyed at a much lower level today than they were in 1979. And that's critically important for understanding why it is, I don't have to tell you, why it is in communities such as Palo Alto, where the noise levels are less than 65 decibels DNL, there's still a high level of annoyance. And the reason is, if you look at 65 DNL under the new curve, we see 65% of the population is highly annoyed compared to numbers that were 20% or below in 1979. That's a very significant difference, and one would think will lead to significant policy changes. If we could go to the next slide, please. So what are the implications of the FAA Neighborhood Environmental Survey? First of all, if the FAA pays attention to that, and I'm going to get to it in a moment, whether in fact they are going to pay attention, it would result in changes in what levels of noise are eligible for mitigation under the FAA's Part 150 regulations, residential soundproofing, land use planning, funding under the federal grant programs, abrogation easements, all of those today assume that there are no significant noise impacts at levels below 65 decibels DNL. And as you saw in the previous chart, that assumption, while maybe accurate in 1979, is probably not accurate today. But it also has implications for environmental review. I said NEPA here, National Environmental Policy Act, but also the California CEQA. And the question is, what is the scope of the impact area? Should the FAA be looking at noise impacts in areas far outside the 65 contour that they have relied on? And is the method of analysis correct, which the Neighborhood Environmental Study did not examine? That is DNL the correct metric, or should there be another metric? Another implication is Part 161 of the FAA regulations, which are the regulations that define how and when airports can restrict operations for noise reasons. The Part 161 regulations are premised on the same noise metric and the same noise threshold that Part 150 and the National Environmental Policy Act are. So all of this fits together as a whole, and in fact may justify noise restrictions or addressing noise problems at noise levels that are significantly less than 65. There are some questions about legal liability, which I won't get into today. That is whether airports may have increased liability for noise at levels below 65, which the courts have generally accepted to be the threshold of significant impact. And perhaps the most important implication of the study is managing community expectations. I don't have to tell you that throughout the South Bay, communities have been opposing and getting upset at and talking to the FAA and raising concerns about noise levels that are far less than 65. And the FAA has taken the position, in essence, we only analyze noise as low as 65 decibels DNL, and we're not going to go below that. This study suggests that sticking to that level is probably no longer appropriate. So if we can go to the next slide, the question is, what's next? What's next after the Neighborhood Environmental Survey? The FAA received literally thousands of comments about the survey. The FAA has said it plans to engage all the FAA lines of business, and it's going to hire the Federal Mediation and Conciliation Service for the purpose of analyzing the impacts and mediating, if you will, different views on what the impacts of the study are. The FAA, this is unfortunate, has no timeline or defined regulatory path. When the study came out, I think people were optimistic the FAA may do something soon. I am not one of those who believes the FAA is likely to do anything very soon. It took them years and years and years to release the data. I expect it will take equal number of years unless there's pressure elsewise for them to do anything more. There are further studies underway on sleep and sleep disturbances and health effects. Both of those are being done by reputable universities. So let's go to the next question, which next slide, if I can, which really directly implicates the effects or what we're going to do with the neighborhood environmental survey. If we can go to the next slide, please. And that is congressional oversight and statutory efforts. It's sort of become almost trite to say nothing goes on in Congress, but on the noise issues, that's actually not going to be the case. If we can go to the next slide, please. As you know, Congress has established a Quiet Skies Caucus, of which your Congresswoman is an active member, and there are other South Bay congressmen and other California congressmen who are very active with the Quiet Skies Caucus, which is trying to ensure that Congress pays attention to noise issues and puts pressure on the FAA where appropriate to address noise problems. If we can go to the next slide, please. So there have been a couple of congressional efforts in the last year or two on noise, in particular, some district-specific legislation through the annual appropriations process that has required the FAA generally to do studies and to examine noise impacts and to be somewhat more community sensitive. There were unsuccessful efforts by Congresswoman Gbass and Congresswoman Spear to add language to the very large infrastructure bill that came out earlier this year to address noise. Those amendments did not make it to the final legislation as passed. In May of this year, Congress had oversight hearings, which are again designed to bring public attention to and focus the FAA on the need to address noise impacts. Now, the last bullet is really important, which is that every 5 years or so, the FAA must be reauthorized by Congress. And what that means, it's an opportunity for Congress to legislate on policy issues having to do with the FAA. 2023 is the year of FAA reauthorization, and the congressional committees are, as we speak, beginning to draft that legislation and figure out what belongs in the FAA reauthorization. Noise metrics and thresholds are very likely to be a topic in the FAA reauthorization process. We already know of literally dozens of potential sections of the reauthorization addressing noise problems. And while, as is typical in Congress, many of those will die on the cutting room floor, it's quite likely, particularly if appropriate pressure is brought to bear, that there will be language in the FAA reauthorization dealing with noise metrics, noise thresholds, the implementation of next-gen, and the noise impacts of drones and advanced air mobility or electric aircraft. So these are issues to watch very carefully. They're issues that, to the extent that the city or community groups want to be engaged, the time is really right now because of the congressional staff drafting the bill and looking at what should be in the legislation. If we can go to the next slide, please. So other hot congressional topics that are likely to make their way in one manner or another into the FAA reauthorization bill. Metroplex and NextGen, which are permutations of the same thing, are likely to receive congressional attention because of so much controversy about their implementation, and in particular, the appropriateness of using the DNL metric for measuring noise from Metroplex and NextGen, which I don't have to tell you has not been particularly successful. Congress's mental survey and direct FAA to take particular action. It's also quite likely that Congress will demand that the FAA provide some local flexibility to allow local airports to adopt restrictions. Maybe that means revising the Airport Noise and Capacity Act or the agency's Part 161 regulations. But the idea of one size fits all for the nation on noise restrictions is likely to be a topic of considerable congressional interest. Unfortunately, Congress loves to direct studies. And so it's quite likely that in the FAA reauthorization bill, there'll be lots of requests for studies on noise, studies on how the FAA is going about evaluating the threshold for noise significance and the metric for measuring noise, perhaps blue ribbon commissions, perhaps independent reviews, a whole number of things that Congress is likely to ask for studies on. I mean, to be perfectly blunt and perhaps a bit cynical, it is easy for Congress to demand studies because studies don't require any firm action by Congress or firm action by the administration. And as we've seen in noise issues, it tends to be a very easy way for members of Congress to say they're addressing noise without any real substance to it. If we can go to the next slide, please. Now, in addition to congressional action, next-gen and flight tracks continue to be an issue of significance that quieted down, quite literally, during the pandemic. The FAA did very little additional work during the pandemic on new next-gen flight paths or on new metroplexes. The metroplex implementation has been completed in 11 of 21 metropolitan areas, shown here on this chart. And the FAA continues to do some tweaks in those areas. And I know our next speaker is going to talk a bit about what's going on in San Francisco in particular. But there was no new metroplex rollout during the pandemic, South Florida being the last. And there is very little remaining litigation over metroplex. So we're in a bit of quiet policymaking and quiet litigation activity on metroplex, but we expect that will start heating up a bit in the coming months as the FAA starts refocusing on the other parts of the country that don't yet have metroplex implementation. So that was, I apologize, sort of an inch deep and a mile wide, and we can go to the next slide. I'm happy to answer questions or get in more detail about any of those after our next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And now I'd like to invite Jim Allardyce from Veoneer to give us some background on Gbass.
All right, and my video stopped too if they want to enable that. There we go. Hi, everybody. Jim Allardyce from Veoneer Incorporated, formerly ABCX2. We did one of the studies that for the city not too long ago. And one of the things that we were trying to assess was the impact of Gbass on the community. So what is Gbass? Gbass, Ground-Based Augmentation System, is what that stands for. The Gbass equipment in the United States is provided by Honeywell primarily, and there's only a few systems that have been deployed so far. What it does is it takes the existing satellite signal and it boosts it so that aircraft get a much higher fidelity signal when they're in close to the airport. It's referred to as a local area augmentation system. That's the generic term. Gbass is just the equipment that provides that service. It provides a little bit of improvement. When I say improvement, what I'm talking about is navigational fidelity over the existing wide area augmentation system. The wide area augmentation system allows aircraft primarily to shoot approaches to what we call Category 1 minimums. What that means is when the weather is bad and it's really cloudy, that the airplanes can get down to about 250 feet above the ground with the existing wide area augmentation system. But what the Gbass allows them to do is get lower to the ground in what we call Cat 2 or Cat 3 approach minimums. Eventually, the goal being even maybe to get to an auto land capability, which they can do on the current ILS systems. So what this does is it becomes an economic boon, basically, for the FAA and for the airports, in that each runway, for instance, at San Francisco, each runway end at San Francisco has an ILS system to it now. And being able to replace all those ILS systems with one system that they have to maintain makes a lot of economic sense to them. There's a long way to go before Gbass is generally accepted and implemented around the United States. But the good news for you all is the narrowing of the flight paths that you have experienced with RNAV or RMP will not be significantly more affected by Gbass than you're already experiencing by RNAV or RNP. Those flight tracks are already pretty narrow, as you well know, and those concentrated paths will not get, quote unquote, worse to a perceptible amount just by the use of Gbass. The other good news about it is, because Gbass is a new system, it requires new flight procedures to be made. The good thing about that is it opens up the possibility of having input into those flight procedures to maybe mitigate some of the impact to the communities. So you can flip to the next slide. This is just an age-old FAA depiction of what the Gbass system looks like. So you have the navigation satellites, the GPS satellites that are orbiting. Aircraft receive signals from multiple GPS satellites. Then when they get into the vicinity of an airport, the ground-based augmentation system, Gbass, augments their signal and allows them to be more precise in their navigation around airports and when departing and landing. And lastly was just a depiction. You can go ahead to the next slide, and it's a movie, if you can get the movie to run. Basically, this is just an idea, a notional a concept that the FAA had about a possible use of Gbass. And this is depicted at Houston Intercontinental Airport. And what they're doing here is they're saying that because of the precision of this, it allows them to use new separation standards. There's a program out there today called MARS, which is multiple airport route separation. Gbass would be an enabler for that. And what this does is it allows them to use these paths in close proximity to each other, and that gives them more capacity. So from that standpoint, it's not good because that means more aircraft flying. But on the other side, this also gives the opportunity for the closest thing you're going to get to dispersion under the new RNAV, RNP, Gbass environment. So that's just kind of a notional concept of how it might be used. It could be used very similarly with arrivals. This is just one of the videos that they had available that I wanted to show you. And that's all I've got for today. And I'll be happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you, Jim. So with that overview of what Gbass is, I want to just talk briefly for a couple of slides about what SFO has been doing. They've been underway with their Gbass project there.
And can I just step in for a moment? Because this is a study session, we only have an hour allocated, and we need to understand how many members of the public wish to speak on this. So if they could put their names in right away, that will be very helpful. Thanks.
Thank you. So just mentioning the project at SFO has been underway for several years now. Their stated goals for the project are to use the more precise approach pathways that Gbass is able to provide to reduce noise and emissions from those arrivals. And two potential ways, as listed here, are to use approaches that keep aircraft further offshore, like for instance, flying out over the bay rather than populated areas, and using increased approach angles to have aircraft be able to fly higher over impacted communities as they're approaching. So to date, Palo Alto has hosted 3 community meetings where SFO staff and consultants presented information about Gbass and answered questions from members of the public. I've been at all of these. They were well-attended meetings with a lot of good dialogue between SFO and the community. Gbass overlays of existing RNAV approaches began in March of this year. And those ones are really just exact duplicates of existing approaches. What SFO is calling innovative approaches are the ones where they're hoping to use Gbass to actually make noise improvements to those approaches. So a set of what they called Group 1 innovative approaches were submitted to the FAA in April of this year. Unfortunately, as Ed had referenced, they were submitted before Palo Alto was able to host the 3rd community meeting or to comment on them, which we had been thinking we would probably do. And then just to note, Group 2 innovative approaches and potentially other groups after that are the ones that SFO thinks have the greater potential for noise reduction, and development of those IAs is really just beginning now. So next slide. So what are the concerns that Palo Alto does have as we think about this project? One, as referenced, it's been problematic that Palo Alto has not been allowed to be a member of the SFO Roundtable, which is the venue whose members have been discussing and giving some authorizations related to Gbass. And as I said, most recently, the Group 1 innovative approaches were approved by the Roundtable and then submitted to the FAA before Palo Alto had a chance to provide input. I mentioned 3 community meetings. It was at the 3rd such meeting in April that staff and community members first learned that this had occurred. We were very surprised by that. Then just noting, given that SFO has committed that Gbass approaches will not increase airplane noise, we also think it's very important that there be a robust noise monitoring program as this is rolling out so that we can actually verify that that's the case. So we've been making that point. So far, there's not a program that's proposed to do that by SFO. And lastly, of course, Palo Alto has a strong interest in engagement with SFO, really to make sure that these Group 2 innovative approaches and potentially others beyond that take full advantage of whatever opportunities there are for noise reduction as those roll out. So these were the main concerns that were raised in a May 31st letter from the city of Palo Alto to SFO. And we did receive a response from SFO on June 17th. And just to note the status there, we're currently reviewing that response in some consultation with some community members and trying to think about what the most appropriate next steps would be. So next slide. That, I think, is the end of our presentation. So with that, back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And have we seen the response letter?
Yes, that I believe was provided to the council shortly after it was received.
Okay, thank you.
And it's also
missed it.
posted publicly on
Got
our
it.
airplane noise website.
Sorry, I missed that. All right. So first, let's go to council member questions and comments, and then we'll go to the public. Does anyone on the council wish to, Councilmember Stone?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just first, thanks to staff for bringing this forward. I know many members of the public as well as council have been really eager to be able to have this study session. So glad we're able to do it. A few questions. So, let's see, for one of our speakers, for communities like Palo Alto outside of the DNL 65 contour, what legislation do you think is needed to require noise monitoring and fund this from the Airport Improvement Program, the AIP? I think that would probably be for, Mr. Kirsch.
Congress can direct the FAA to change the metric and to change the threshold. That's not likely because Congress doesn't tend to get involved in the nitty-gritty. On the other hand, Congress absolutely could direct the agency to revise the metric and give the agency a deadline for revising the metric, and furthermore direct that the FAA use the new threshold or the new metric for all decision-making, whether it be under AIP, the grant program, or under Part 150, the Noise Compatibility Planning Program, or other purposes. That would be entirely appropriate, and we understand a number of members of Congress have already expressed an interest in authoring legislation to that effect. The key here, and then this to some extent, I suppose, is lobbying advice. The key is to make sure that the language doesn't give the FAA a lot of wiggle room, as in a study or as in a request to think about maybe thinking about possibly doing a revision. The more specific Congress is about its direction, the greater likelihood it is that the agency will in fact make the changes that I think you're seeking.
Okay, thank you. And I would imagine it's probably a similar answer to my next question as far as kind of more lobbying advice, but I know the FAA is reviewing its noise policy based on the neighborhood environmental survey results. Is there anything that we can do to ensure that the FAA does that in kind of just a more timely, thoughtful, kind of transparent review that's really going to take into account impacts to communities and really allow for public comment? Or is that the same thing? It's just, again, lobbying to federal legislatures?
It is the same thing, except that while the FAA is notorious for ignoring deadlines that Congress imposes, imposing a deadline will have some value. That is, if Congress says you must change your metric, you must change your threshold, you must revise your regulations within 180 days, the FAA is not going to do it in 180 days, but they may do it within a year. And so, yeah, for Congress to provide deadlines is really quite critical if anything's going to happen on this subject.
Thank you. And then kind of maybe turning to California law, do you see an opportunity using any California state law to legally challenge the continued use of CNEL 65 for significant impact?
This is much more complicated and much more uncertain. And the reason is this, that federal law directed the FAA to establish a single metric and a single threshold in 1979, and the FAA did that. There's no comparable California law. And one of the things that I worry about when defending environmental studies is that in light of the neighborhood environmental survey under California law, if environmental studies continue to rely on the 65 CNEL contour, I think they're probably vulnerable legally under California law today because it's no longer the best data. That is, there isn't a single threshold or metric that's been decided under California law that has the same force as federal law. So I think that the more that the state agencies start pressuring the localities in their CEQA documentation to go outside the 65, the greater chance there is that will happen statewide.
Okay, that's promising. I appreciate that. And then regarding the performance-based navigation implementation process, I think that's Order 7100.41. It states that the proponent is a principal participant in the full work group, which designs specific procedures. So I'm curious, does that mean a city would need to be a participant in a full working group in order to request any change?
I guess I can take that. That's an interesting conundrum right there, because many times even the airports are the proponent, but quite honestly, they can participate, but the level of input that they have in the .41 alpha meetings, it varies, quite honestly. Depending on the airport, depending on who else is in the room. But the bottom line is, in every .41 alpha process, there's two people that have trump cards. One is the FAA, and the other one is the National Air Traffic Controllers Association. And those two people can say yes or no to anything that goes in based on safety, based on operational impact, that kind of thing. So what you really need, I think, and what we have seen as impactful in these types of environments and decisions is to have the communities represented by someone who has been in those meetings and knows how they work. And that has been successful. We were very successful in DCA doing that. So it's really not a cut and dried answer for 41 alpha meetings.
Okay, thank you. It seems to be consistent with so many things with regards to the FAA, and just frustrating almost the lack of power that local agencies have. And so just the answers to all those, I think should be reconfirming that we do really need to keep engaging with lobbyists to be able to make any meaningful changes. I think especially for the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2023, to just ensure that items such as deadlines and the review process on the FAA noise policy are included, and especially if more that can be done. I'm hoping that we can begin to work on a plan to address urban air mobility in order to protect residents. It's clear we don't need any more noise, and I think that is the one of the many things that are so consistent when we go out into the community and talking to residents. And I'm sure we're going to hear from many today about the frustrations that we all have with ongoing noise And finally, I think it's important to continue working directly with SFO in areas such as fixing the current surfer approach, just really independently of Gbass, and having uninterrupted noise monitoring of Gbass approaches and developing are all going to be really important. So we really just can't let up and continue to work towards a solution that's going to be able to help our residents and everyone in the surrounding community. So thank you again to staff, and real big thank you to the community members who continue to fight for this issue. Always impressed whenever I'm attending the SFO roundtable, or in the past, the SC roundtable. Without a doubt, it's Palo Alto residents that are speaking the most and are the most informed when they are addressing those bodies. I just wish we had representation on them. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Cormack.
Councilmember Du Bois had his hand up before me. I don't know if that matters, but I'm happy to go. Thank you. I wanted to follow up on Mr. Allardyce's comment about the National Air Traffic Controller Association, because I had a conversation over the break with someone I happened to meet in a national park who is an air traffic controller. And he mentioned this as an avenue that has been successful in other places. So how do we reverse engineer and find out who lives in Palo Alto and is a member of the Air Traffic Controller Association? Or do you have any other suggestions on this promising avenue? Because it seems like one that I haven't ever heard in any of the emails that we've attempted before.
Sure. Well, so I guess the key is to get to the right people. And that would be the ones that would be represented on these working groups. That's kind of one of the things we do, because I myself was an air traffic controller, retired in 2014, and I sat on these working groups and know how they work. So we've been able to go into several different communities and have those conversations with those people on behalf of the communities to get some of these things done. That's part of the reason why Washington, D.C. was so successful. So, if that answers your question.
Okay, well, it sounds like we have some work to do in that area. And then my other question is for staff. What thoughts do we have? I realize this is a study session about how we should organize our work going forward. I know we've tried a couple different things in the time I've been on council, but just so we can all be thinking ahead as to what the next step is for the city.
I'll certainly invite others to chime in, but for starters, I would suggest our continued use of this protocol, where we are prepared to respond to proposals of concern or changes of concern for the community, in addition to the ongoing monitoring that we do via Mr. Kirsch, his company, as well as working with our community members.
Okay, I didn't hear a member of council being designated or.
Well, the city has certainly on record a request to become a part of the SFO roundtable, and perhaps that's a request we should renew, just in case SFO hasn't lost that request. But as of this point, it has not been successful, but it certainly doesn't hurt to continue to make that request.
I guess I was thinking more of one of us being a designated subject matter expert, because it changes. So just, I think that's something for us to think about. Thanks.
Okay, at this time, we'd like to go to members of the public.
Sorry, I had my.
Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Du Bois, I keep forgetting you on the screen. You're up.
Just a quick question. I'm not as up to speed as Councilmember Stone, but you said that a lot of the litigation's been resolved. What's been the result of litigation on airplane noise?
The litigation I was referring to was not noise generally, but about next gen in particular. Regrettably, most of those lawsuits have been resolved in the FAA's favor. The two that were resolved against the FAA concerned Phoenix, that was a number of years ago, and more recently Los Angeles. The city of Los Angeles sued over flight tracks at LAX, and the court ordered the FAA to redo its environmental documentation on that change. The FAA is slow walking, revising those environmental documents, but they're supposed to be doing it at this point.
Great, thank you.
And Councilmember Koo.
Thank you. Thank you for all your work on this. And Mr. Eggleston, thank you for stepping up to take on this, this very important topic. My question, one of them is, so in the past, we know statutes of limitation. I wanted to ask, what are the statutes of limitation on past changes made by the FAA? In other words, can a lawsuit start several years after a change has been made if one believes that they have legal standing because of not following NEPA process or some other reason?
The statute of limitations is 60 days from when the FAA takes the action. So several years would be beyond the statute of limitations. And that, frankly, is the way in which the FAA is able to avoid a lot of the litigation, because 60 days, as you may know, is really quite a short period of time after a decision is made before you realize what the effects are. But that's what the law says.
Yeah, that's a very short number of time to review and to put together the reasons. Perhaps that's another thing to look at legislative changes. So thank you, Mr. Kirsch. I have another regarding state versus national legislation. Do you believe that state or local authorities could have some control over aircraft noise in the future by passing legislation to limit aircraft noise over residential areas? For example, could states or local authorities put in place night curfews or air traffic limits in terms of number of planes or aircraft noise levels?
Generally, the answer to that is no. That the FAA has exclusive and plenary authority over aircraft. Now, there's some very limited circumstances where there is local authority, but when it comes to actually controlling when and where and how high and how much noise aircraft make, there's virtually no local or state control.
So what would be required to give state or local governments the ability to control aircraft noise?
That's a matter of the U.S. Constitution. So unless Congress were to give up the power over airspace, which is not going to happen, there really is there's no prospect for that. And the simple principle under constitutional law is that the federal government has control over the national airspace, and the national airspace is everything above, depending on where in the country you are, 500 or 1,000 feet above the ground. And so it's extremely unlikely that the U.S. government would ever give up that control. And for many reasons, it would not be particularly safe to do so, because the FAA controls the flight of aircraft en route, and you wouldn't want each state or each locality defining where aircraft can and cannot fly.
Makes sense, but it sounds pretty bleak.
It is pretty bleak using that argument, but there are other vehicles that are available. For example, if an airport wants to build facilities, it will often need state or local environmental approvals. And those state or local environmental approvals cannot themselves regulate aircraft, but they certainly can be used as a leverage point in securing changes, voluntary changes that the FAA would agree to in order to get facilities built. And that's a tool that many local communities use the authority they do have to pressure the FAA using the authority it has to make changes in the impacts of airports.
In that case, when San Francisco had SFO has just gone through getting their approvals for expansion, as well as San Jose, I wonder if we missed our opportunity there. Then I guess that was not a question, because I think we might have already.
You may indeed have lost that opportunity until the next time that there has to be an environmental impact report prepared at one of those airports.
Thank you. Now, for the FAA's environmental review, what is needed to eliminate the use of KDEX and require level 2 or level 3 environmental reviews for all major changes, including but not limited to new procedures such as the RNAV, RMP, or conventional?
Under federal law, the FAA is allowed to adopt a series of what are called CAT-X's, or a category of actions that require only the most minimal environmental review, essentially a short memo to file. And those are set by FAA regulation. Congress could change the rules on when the FAA may take advantage of a CAT-X and could direct the FAA, for example, not to use a CAT-X for certain kinds of procedures. Congress has already done this once before with respect to certain flight track changes, and Congress certainly could do so again.
And how would we lobby that?
Again, that's going to be through your congressional delegation and drafting carefully precise language that would limit the FAA's ability to rely upon the CAT-X rather than doing an environmental assessment on certain categories of actions where they currently rely upon the CAT-X.
And would we want to get within a program such as Quiet Skies with other congressionals?
Absolutely.
Thank you. What legislation should be considered to protect negative impacts on communities for urban air mobility, such as electric manned or unmanned transportation of people and goods?
The impacts of AAM are at this point really speculative. And whether you like it or not, the San Francisco Bay Area is probably ground zero for a lot of the AAM development in the United States. Northern California and Florida seem to be the hotspots. And understanding what the impacts are is very early in the science, if you will. We do not know much yet about what the noise impacts are, what the altitude of these aircraft are going to be. We're very early, but it is important that the communities and organizations that are looking at aircraft noise follow the developments in the licensing of these aircraft very carefully, so that you understand whether in fact they will have significant noise impacts or not. At this point, it's sort of anyone's guess because we just don't know much about these vehicles.
So this is actually left towards little municipalities and cities and communities to monitor versus those who are in Congress who are the ones who are determining or what to take up in terms of changing the laws and advocating for less impact on communities. It's left to cities to take care of.
Well, Congress certainly can direct the FAA to do studies and to examine and to set regulations on the noise levels of these new aircraft. And the FAA intends to do so anyway. That is, we don't need new legislation. The real question is, with or without new legislation, what are the impacts? And until we know that, it's very hard to legislate about something, the impacts of which we don't know today. I think we will know soon, but right now it's still very uncertain.
Just one more question in two parts. Could you please comment, is the FAA following the current NEPA process when making changes that may affect our communities?
Well, let me give you a hyper-technical answer to that, which is yes. The FAA has NEPA regulations. The FAA has been following the NEPA regulations in most instances. As I mentioned earlier, there's been litigation challenging the FAA compliance with NEPA, and in most cases, the FAA has won that litigation. The question that begs is, are the FAA regulations themselves adequately protective of the communities? And I think the answer to that pretty clearly is no. The regulations themselves, and this is where the neighborhood environmental survey comes into play. The impacts themselves, the regulations themselves are, I guess I'll be polite and say, outdated. And so pressure on the FAA to change those environmental regulations so they look more adequately at the impacts on communities like Palo Alto certainly would be appropriate. So that's something Congress could direct the FAA to do.
So my second part of this is what can constitute grounds for filing a lawsuit against FAA? For instance, a failure to follow NEPA provides legal standing, like Phoenix, Arizona? Or how about flawed analysis or inaccurate statements, incomplete information? What other things may provide legal standing against the FAA?
Those are all very good bases. And there are a number of other specific environmental statutes that are sometimes implicated. Statutes that protect parkland, statutes that protect historic sites, and various other very specific environmental statutes are often cited and relied upon in this litigation. The important piece goes back to one of your early questions, which is that the deadline for suing to challenge an FAA action is only 60 days. And regrettably, often it takes at least 60 days for the FAA to implement an action after they've decided, which is a little bit of a catch-22. But again, it's the way the law is drafted. You correctly observed this may be a topic for Congress to address to lengthen the statute of limitations so that you can learn about what the impacts are on the environment before it's too late.
Thank you, Mr. Kirsch. My last question is actually to staff. So how is the city engaging with our lobbyists in terms of working together to perhaps consider and propose state legislation?
Well, I think it's fair to say that it's, well, your question was specific to state legislation as opposed to federal. Could you clarify that?
Yeah, well, we can have state legislation. We might be able to look into state legislation as in terms of noise levels and, maybe correcting, well, actually, Mr. Kirsch just said we can't do anything about CNL because it follows federal. But is there another way perhaps state legislators with their aides can investigate and research and see what other legislations we might have? Maybe night flying, that we regulate night flying so that at least people have peaceful night of sleep. But that's just something I was wondering if we might be able to engage with our representatives and see if there's any proposals that they could come up with.
I think at this point, we have not had any specific proposals to float with our legislators. It is certainly appropriate as an ongoing topic of conversation to see if any other ideas come to the forefront.
Or even maybe to expand the 60, the contours, if that's a place that we could venture into. Because obviously it's further than the designated contours. I'm sorry, if we can just look into it, I would think that would be something that might prove helpful.
Again, perhaps just to manage expectations, I believe that is specifically driven by FAA and federal legislation.
Okay.
In terms of the 65 CNAL or LDN threshold.
Okay, well, thank you.
And Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, I also want to thank staff and of course all the members of the public. So many people have been working on this and it's still a big problem. Also want to thank Councilmember Koo for your great set of questions here. I have just one question, and that's so we've had the kind of same set of lobbyists for a while working on this, and I just wonder if maybe we should try to get lobbyists who kind of maybe more specialize in airplane noise, or people who are maybe have deeper connections to people in the FAA, to see if we can have more sway in getting progress on this topic, because we've been at it for a long time, and unfortunately the progress hasn't been what we wanted. So I don't know if maybe someone on staff could talk a little bit about this.
I don't recall the specific timeline, but I know periodically we will do a new RFP for our federal lobbyists, and certainly can continue to carry this among the city's priorities. That said, I think it would only be fair to acknowledge that it appears that this is an issue that is larger than the selection of the lobbyists in terms of our ability to really move the needle on the major types of changes that would be necessary for systemic change.
That's it.
All right, so we'll now go to members of the public. And how many speakers do we have? Okay, and we will be closing off submission of speaker cards. So each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak. Our first speaker is Karen Porter, to be followed by Carrie Yarkin, both here in person. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Unfortunately, I agree with the city manager that the city's ability to do anything meaningful about jet noise has substantially worsened over the last year. And I appreciate the several council members' inquiries about the option of litigation, because I think that, unfortunately, is really the only leverage we have at this point. And it is a short 60-day statute of limitations. That's why several years ago, staff and members of the community collaborated, came up with a game plan to, as soon as we learned about a potential new change, we'd evaluate it, have the council evaluate it, make a decision whether to sue, all within the 60 days. And when Pirate came up, I stood at this very lectern, urged council to go ahead, because that really was our only way to get any recourse with the FAA. And council took a secret vote, decided not to sue. So I know Mr. Kirsch said, well, only Phoenix and LA have had any success, but they have had success. And I think we need to retain the option of litigation, whether it's suing the FAA, suing SFO, San Jose Airport, at all times, because I think that's really the only meaningful impact that we can have at this point, especially given sort of what's going on in Congress and how it's so difficult to get any meaningful legislation passed. I would just add, jet noise is an annoyance, but it's more than that. The regular thunder-like noise generated by SFO and San Jose arrivals can also cause or exacerbate cardiovascular disease. And this has been documented by public health studies conducted by Stanford and Boston schools of public health. The studies were published in 2013. So I think, the situation has only worsened since then, given the increase in traffic. I'm glad to hear there will be a session devoted exclusively to Palo Alto Airport, because I do have a lot to say about that. So I'll keep on the lookout for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carrie Yarkin, to be followed by Jennifer Landisman, also here in person. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Please do not write any more letters. If you go on the website, and I've been through this for 6 years, you have written a lot of great letters. Nothing has happened with every single letter that you have written, and they've spent a lot of staff time for that. And you cannot rely on our neighbors to buy in on the sharing of the noise. That strategy did not work. It was put forth by a council member who's no longer here. It didn't work. So just, let's move ahead. One thing you could do is leverage the Palo Alto Airport and not accept any more FAA grants. Now, I also want to follow up with what Karen said. On 2 different occasions, you all, not all of you, but most of you were able to decide whether to sue. For Pirate, you had the 60 days. We were all here. We did whatever the work the community could do, but you voted it down. And also for Surfer 3, you had the 60 days. We were here. People were here. You knew that deadline, but you did not sue. So you chose not to pursue a legal strategy. The fact of the matter is, not once have you employed any legal means to challenge the FAA and stand up for your citizens like Phoenix and LA. And I'm sure there are other communities that have been more successful or had some success. We are disproportionately burdened by all the jet noise and the ultra fine particle pollution, which has never been measured. But if you're under Surfer 3 all day long, it's got to go somewhere, and you're under a concentration of it. I would also like to say, please take some action, do something legally, use your city attorney. She worked at SFO as one of the lawyers there. So she knows some of this, and don't write any more letters to low-level bureaucrats in the FAA. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Landisman in person, to be followed by Rebecca Ward remotely. Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you for having this session.
What is great about also that you've called noise a priority within community health this year. And what's nice about that is that there is some accountability. And so hopefully at the end of the year, we can see some milestones of what you have done this year. As you know, in 2014, a lot of private citizens from all corners of Palo Alto neighborhoods came together with to understand the situation. And we actually examined everything you've heard today. We knew it then, and we've known it and followed it through up until now. Everybody can update you on everything, whether it's technical, legislative, legal. At the time, knowing all this information, because we spent a year researching, we came up with 11 asks from city councils. Some were within your power to do, and some were not. They require intergovernmental coordination, which you only can do as a municipality. So I hope you had a chance to see the 3 Sky Posse asks requests for the study session, which are part of the 11 requests we provided in 2014, knowing everything. And all of these 3 things are within your control to do. And all of these 3 ideas were synthesized knowing all the information that we have. One is to propose an FAA rule change regarding the jurisdictional and legal problems. And if you're really serious about understanding legislative issues, which community groups have worked on and did get some legislation passed in 2018, or if you are serious about litigation, you should be able to work with this rule change, which is really not that difficult to do. The city of Malibu has just done one. The second one is to explore a city jet noise app. Also, we asked for it in 2014. And the third one is to proactively pursue something that the region worked on really hard, which are the unanimous recommendations of the Select Committee. So citizen noise complaints, we sometimes say, are things worse? And we can look to the app in real time. And for example, this week, compared to 7 days ago, 7 days ago, there were 2,054 noise reports from 170 people. And yesterday, the tally was 5,767 reports from 298 users. The responsible collection and analytics of this data are fundamental to progress and communications. And it does not matter that the FAA or airports are involved, because they go to a great deal of effort to undermine citizen inputs.
Sorry,
So-
you need to wrap up. I had noticed you were
Okay.
over already.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say that the legislative process is very influenced by industry interests, and it can be very dishonest. So I would really focus on what you can do that is within your control and hearing from your citizens.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Ward, to be followed by Mark Scholl. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. First of all, I guess I want to comment on one of the things that was said by DNR. It's just to summarize, the good news is that the problem of concentration is so bad that you won't notice a change with the Gbass GLS implementation. And I think that really summarizes where we are today. And I guess there has to be a point when this council actually stands up for our community and takes action that produces relief. And I totally agree with Karen and Kerry. You missed many times when you could have litigated, and that really is about your only avenue. Whether it's, again, the FAA, and I totally agree, you should be looking at the airport, and quite frankly, it's roundtable. But in addition to that, your inaction in the quest for some elusive regional solution has really failed the community and failed to solve the problem of the concentrated jet noise. And so you need to change your strategy, and you need to hire resources that can help with this. And you obviously don't have those today. The SFO roundtable was mentioned in membership. Even though we are inundated with SFO flights overhead, the SFO roundtable repeatedly blocks us from membership on SFO's official roundtable, which provides access to the FAA and airport resources to help remediate noise problems. We're limited to public comments, even though we have 3 of their routes overhead inundating us with traffic. After the most recent SFO roundtable vote to exclude Palo Alto from membership, I did a public records request from San Mateo County because the process was not transparent. The subcommittee met multiple times without the public. One troubling email on October 27, 2021 from SFO roundtable Jeff Gee of Redwood City to members of the subcommittee explained that he was not supporting the change to the MOU to add Palo Alto. In his email, he described a conversation with a member of the Palo Alto Council, implying that that council member was not supportive of the MOU change. He wrote, "I am supportive of no change to the MOU. While I was at the League of Cal Cities meetings, I had the opportunity to sit with a council member from Palo Alto. Short story, she was not supportive. Longer story later. At what point are you going to recognize the environment in which you're dealing and respond accordingly?" Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Scholl, to be followed by Darlene Yapley.
Thank you. To comment on Jim's remarks, we agree that GLS is similar to RNAV. In fact, it's not GLS that's going to be Gbass that can be over us. It's RNP. Our issue is that RNAV is not used much. It is more like most of the flights are over use different procedures like the tiptoe and quiet bridge, which are higher and more distributed. And again, the other issue that we have with what SFO has done is they have continued, or the SFO and FAA, they've continued the over energy problem off the surface structure in the GLS program going forward. So I'll move to my remarks. SFO is the only airport to sponsor a county-based roundtable whose MOU limits membership and AIP funding to San Mateo County cities, and to quote the MOU, regardless of impact. However, it was Ivar Sotero, the SFO director, who pushed to recommend Palo Alto be added to the roundtable. This was met with a concerted effort led by San Mateo County and Congresswoman Spear to reverse what was initially significant member support. While disappointing and infuriating, by FAA regulation, all community requests for mitigation must go through the airport associated with the airspace. Having been rejected by the roundtable, I think we have license to go to the front door. In my opinion, our best course is for our mayor and council members to build direct relationships with Mr. Sotero, the airport director, and Sinhar Nupar, who directs the GLS program, as well as to take our case directly to San Francisco Airport Board. Ivar is available on his mobile phone. He's approachable. Call him. GLS is a critical technology and a done deal at SFO. It's not gone away, but it has created an opportunity to make requests. To do that, we need to start with things that are small, yet impactful and doable. We need to be specific and technically accurate, but most importantly, need to build strong working relationships with senior SFO management and through them to the airlines. In the radar era, traffic was dispersed. Not today. It is heavily concentrated into rails. Nowhere more than over us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Darlene Yapley, to be followed by Anita Enander.
Council and staff, thank you for being engaged. Number one, asking to join the San Francisco Roundtable, who unfortunately and again rejected Palo Alto despite the fact that our community is deeply impacted by SFO operations. The positive note is the San Francisco Airport did support our membership. Thank you for contracting ABCX2 to review the Gbass United test flights. Thank you for hosting the Gbass community meetings for cities that are not on the roundtable. And we appreciate you keep pushing to get SFO to monitor noise in Palo Alto without interruption and to engage directly with our city on noise reporting, as well as working together to reduce noise on San Francisco approaches. What should be next? We absolutely should continue engaging with SFO directly, as Mark mentioned, the front door, with the help of consultants like ABCX2. For example, fix the over energy problem for Surfer Approach, because it's a major contributor to noise. The FAA has been reviewing this noise policy for over a year, and I think the input from Mr. Kirsch has been excellent, which is we need to specify a deadline. One area that needs to be addressed, though, is that despite a deadline, we have to manage the independent and unbiased approach to this noise policy for new metrics and new thresholds. And I have a concern that the FAA left alone will not do that. So I think the question to get guidance from Mr. Kirsch is, in addition to a deadline, how do we specify that this threshold and metrics effort will be done unbiased, independent, complete, and rigorous? We also had excellent ideas tonight about how to engage the lobbyists on specific legislation. And I think we need help on that because we need to make changes through our congressional representatives. Like, do we need to require for the .41 process that a community representative has to be part of procedure review versus catch as catch can? Again, thank you for all you've done, and there's more ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Los Altos Mayor Anita Enander. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Mayor Burt and council members, Vice Mayor, for letting me jump into your meeting. I'm here very briefly just to say thank you to your staff, to your consultants, to you individually and collectively, and to your community members for continuing to work on this very vexatious problem. Like many of you, I was personally chagrined that the SFO Roundtable chose not to admit Palo Alto. And I want you to know that we in Los Altos, together with our community members who remain similarly engaged, remain committed to working with you and others to try to solve the noise problem and to reduce the environmental adverse impacts on our communities. You know how to reach me, and thanks for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Perry, to be followed by our final speaker, Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Sorry, had to find the unmute button. I want to begin by thanking all of the Palo Alto City Council and Mayor Enander as well, because kind of expanding that circle just a little further. I'm not a Palo Alto resident. I live up on Skyline just outside of Los Altos, but Palo Alto's and Los Altos concerns are my own as well. Yesterday alone, I heard something like 60 overflights. We've all seen that the activities of airlines affect multiple communities. I hear from SFO, Oakland, and SJC overflights regularly, and yet we all know that the SFO roundtable influence doesn't extend to Palo Alto or to my neighborhood. I think they're limited at something like 48 miles or something. So, and there is no roundtable for SJC or for Oakland. There is just literally no single legislative body that represents all communities affected by airplane noise. And it's clear that, you know, just from the many meetings we've had, and this one as well, that communities just haven't enough leverage. So I just want to possibly throw some ideas out to you. Is there a way that Palo Alto and communities can band together to leverage their influence statewide and nationwide? The FAA blames market conditions for too much activity. And, you know, as others have suggested, maybe it's time to change our strategy. Can communities impose some sort of fine, fee, or tax that will motivate the airlines to reduce their overflights? Can they force Congress to limit activity? So every time I hear a plan, it seems to focus on accepting the current levels of activity and making room for more. Can communities enact statutes or ordinances that force changes to environmental regulations to include noise levels? Can we get Congress to extend the statute of limitations to sue as a result of the next FAA action? 60 days is clearly not enough. Are airline lobbyists throwing too much money against us? Do we need to fight money with money? And I see my time is up. Okay.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you about this very important issue this evening. And I join the many other speakers also in gratitude that you are paying attention to what is truthfully an urgent matter. First, I really want to call attention to the very helpful, thorough, and informed letter provided to you all by the Sky Posse of Palo Alto. As you know, they have been doing significant research on this matter for many years. And it was confusing to me and disappointing that I didn't see their particular suggestions or hear them discussed this evening or given to your consultant. I think many of us, not speaking for others, okay, but it's true, many of us have been pointing out kind of the lack of importance given to community members, especially those who are truly educated on topics. And this would be a really great way for Palo Alto City Council to demonstrate that it does notice that there are many citizen groups and individuals whose voice should be listened to, heard, and taken seriously and acted upon. Additionally, as to the exclusion of Palo Alto from that committee, I wonder if some of it might be, some of that exclusion might be due to the perceived hypocrisy of Palo Alto by means of hosting the Palo Alto airport. It's been proven time and time again that private airplanes cause the most devastation to our environment, not just in terms of carbon, but also in terms of noise and the mass extinction events that they are contributing to. Let's change that and set a better example. Thank you.
And that concludes our study session on this item. Thank you all for your participation and recommendations, and we have valued them. And thank you to the staff and the two consultants who gave some very informative reports. So, great. We will now proceed with item number 3, which is a study session on addresses of 278 Lambert, 3040 to 3250 Park, 32501 Ash, 200 404 Portage, which is probably best described as the Greater Fry site area, and then a pre-screening session on the outcome of negotiations between the City Council ad hoc and Sobrato organization for that same area. And I see Director Late, you're here and welcome.
Great. Thank you, Mayor, and good evening, City Council. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. We seem to be running a little bit behind schedule, so I'll be a little bit briefer on my presentation than I might have otherwise been. Tonight's study session is to receive public input on some conceptual terms that the council is familiar with and that we published in the staff report on a potential development at the subject property. It also serves as a preliminary screening, which is a requirement of the municipal code for any development agreement that may be filed to develop the site. Next slide, please. Let's see, I think the council and the community is aware of the background. I won't get into a lot of detail here other than to say about a year ago, the City Council was providing staff with direction on the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan. We received that feedback and we came back to you in January this year to receive the council's endorsement on a conceptual preferred plan that we are currently about to engage our consultants and are working on. About a year ago, the City Council was also considering a zoning code interpretation issue that we presented to you that related to the subject site, principally related to a specific set of regulations that apply to this property, which was further complicated with the discontinuance of the Fry's building, which implicated some other provisions of the code. And it was through these conversations, both the NDCAP and also this interpretive issue, that the City Council took a pause and suggested that an ad hoc committee be formed to see if there was an opportunity for the city and the Sobrato organization to see if there was some agreeable terms for a future redevelopment of the site. And so an ad hoc was formed consisting of now Mayor Lydia Koo, Vice Mayor Lydia Koo, and then Mayor Tom Du Bois. And they met for about 6 months and have worked with the Sobrato organization and staff to come up with the terms that are presented in the report. Next slide, please.
I won't get into all of this other than to say that the ad hoc was interests as represented during those discussions was informed by the council's discussion on the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan, as well as other policy interests. And the Sobrato organization had expressed its interest in retaining the existing R&D uses in the cannery building and with a housing development that is, we have a pending application on file for today for 91 units of townhome development. Next slide, please. This is just an orientation slide highlighting the main buildings on the property, the cannery building, the Ash office building, and the Audi building, which are all relevant to the terms that are being contemplated. There's a smaller telecommunications switch building, which is highlighted on the chart or on the diagram, as well as you can see Matadaro Creek, which is a key feature, of course, in the NBCAP conversation. Next slide, please. This is the same property now slightly reoriented. Park Boulevard is to the right, and Lambert is at the bottom of the diagram. What this illustrates is the conceptual terms that would divide the property into 5 different parcels. The upper left parcel is the remaining portion of the cannery building, less about, not quite, but about 90,000 square feet of building area that would be removed from the existing cannery building. And the gray long rectangular building is a 1-story parking garage to the rear. The existing uses in that building would remain, and that would be the existing R&D uses that are there today. There's a portion of that building that you can see about 2,600 square feet at the corner that is carved out for a retail type use, which we'll talk about in a moment. To the right in the yellow is where a 74-unit townhome development would be proposed. The green portion represents about 3¼ acres of combination of open space and area for a future 100% affordable housing project, delineated by that clouded space within that green area. It's approximately 1 acre of that. And then the 2 other parcels are the existing Ash building to the left and the existing Audi auto repair building to the lower right. That in this concept would be converted from the existing auto dealership to an R&D type of use. And that would represent the net change in new office R&D at this site with this concept. Next slide, please. So this is sort of the written form of what I had just articulated, but it highlights for me that I did not mention the $5 million contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund that could also be used for the open space improvements. The project itself would otherwise be subject to the development impact fees that would apply to any development that's going forward. Next slide, please. And this is just a breakdown of this is the breakdown of land uses associated with each of those uses existing today and proposed with this concept plan. Next slide, please. So the next few slides sort of highlight some of the key areas of the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan and the conceptual project. Of course, the council has received some correspondence from NVCAP working group members at your city council mailbox, and so there's not 100% alignment that the concept that is being presented here is reflective of all of the interests that we've heard from NVCAP. But we have heard that housing, and in particular affordable housing, is a key component of the plan. The proposed project here would provide some market rate housing. And if the original project of 91 townhome units was to go forward, it would also include about 15% or 14 units roughly of deed restricted affordable units at the 100% and 120% area median income. This concept that's being presented does not include affordable housing within the townhome development, which of course is a legitimate public policy conversation that has been expressed in the public comments, but it would provide for an opportunity of potentially substantially more affordable housing units at the more deeply affordable unit level of 60 or 80% AMI, if the city were able to partner with a nonprofit or other low-income housing provider on that 1 acre portion that's been identified in that area. In addition, there's the so two things. One, the 1 acre of land roughly is the Sobrato contribution to offset providing the affordable housing within the townhome development. And also there's the contribution of some money to help the city begin that process of working with a nonprofit provider. Next slide, please. And then Matadaro Creek is a key feature of the North Ventura Coordinated Area Plan. The City Council, in its last review of that concept plan, shows a naturalization of Matadaro Creek. I'll note the concept plan that was presented to the City Council has less green space or open space shown or depicted on that graphic illustration on NVCAP than is reflected on the concept plans that are presented in the packet today. In other words, the concept dedicates more open space toward the Matadaro Creek naturalization and provides the city the actual ownership of that land, which it doesn't have presently, so that the city could realize park improvements in this area. This is another area that we believe is consistent with NVCAP. Next slide, please. And then lastly is this area or this concept of the retail space, and the ad hoc can speak to this as well. This was a point of discussion throughout the process, really wanting to have a desire to open up the building so that the public could begin to see access to the historic the building and be able to pay tribute through some exhibition sort of materials, but also to be in that space that is with the monitor roofs and create that opportunity for sort of that public connection to the events and the history that has taken place at this site. So what's shown here is about 2,600 square feet of some kind of retail space that would provide access visually into that portion of the building, as well as some exterior patio space that is anticipated to have historic, again, sort of elements drawn to it, reflecting that history, interior and exterior to the portion of the building, the details of which would need to be sorted out still, but that's what's being contemplated here, as well as the retention and the continued use of the building in a way that is consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. Next slide, please. Let's see, as noted in the report, there's a few other aspects that we would still need to work out. In fact, many aspects we would have to work out the details with the developer through the application process, which has not yet started. One of them is a robust TDM plan for the commercial uses and inclusion of some considerations in the development agreement related to an exclusion of the residential parking program for the townhome developments in that area. There's a number of other details that would need to be sorted out through the application process. If it seems incomplete at this time, that is appropriate because we're just at the outset of the process and waiting for that initial application from the Sobrato organization. Next slide, please. So the next steps is the Sobrato organization would file an application. It would go through the city's review processes as outlined on the slide. I do want to highlight, and one of our former mayors and council members had noted in correspondence to the city about the absence of the Historic Resources Board noted in the staff report, and I'll acknowledge missing from the slide here as well. But in fact, the HRB would be a part of that review process given the historic significance of the building. And so that would be a part of the city's review and engagement with that board. And the community would have an opportunity to speak as well at those meetings. We would process the development agreement and the necessary zone changes, as well as prepare the environmental analysis for the project. Next slide, I believe, is the concluding title slide. Yep. And so I'll end my presentation is on deck when you're ready to go to the public comments.
Great, thank you. I think we'll first hear from the ad hoc committee and then Mr. Steele and then the broader members of the public. Would either of the members of the ad hoc committee like to add any different or additional, I should say, reporting out on the process and the outcome of your negotiations?
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Okay.
So just again, to recount kind of the process we've been through, Councilmember Koo and I, along with a group of city staff and a team from Sobrato, have been meeting almost weekly since December of last year. And, the city has zoned this land RM30, and, we planned for housing there and our housing elements. Sobrato submitted a project under the state law SB 330, and they just disputed the integration of some past council changes about maintaining the percentage of use in the buildings. Past councils did that in an attempt to, I think, keep Fry's there for a longer period of time. And we agreed to meet under confidentiality to really let both sides have a more open discussion and talk about trade-offs more openly. And part of the city team, we also used economic analysts to help us evaluate the value of the various scenarios. And so during that time, we toured all the buildings. We saw the current uses. We discussed kind of our desires and as well as Sobrato's. And as Director Lake kind of outlined all the issues that we were considering. And then we had a check-in with council in an open session last spring. And at that time, a lot of people, council members and the public spoke about the importance of open space and creek restoration, as well as housing. And so Councilmember Koo and I went back and we've discussed a large number of scenarios. We ultimately ended up with the outline we have here tonight. And I just want to say, no compromise is going to be perfect. I think Councilmember Koo and I both wanted to ensure that this would be a livable neighborhood and that key historic aspects of the building would be preserved and recognized. And as you heard, this project maintains the current amount of R&D space in the Fry's building. So essentially what it does is it takes the retail square footage that Fry's occupied and converts that into housing. And the housing that Sobrato has proposed is kind of larger townhomes, family oriented, 3 and 4 bedroom. We struggled pretty mightily, I'd say, trying to get a big chunk of affordable housing within that development. Again, our approach was to have it mixed in as we usually do in these kinds of developments. And ultimately, we felt the best way to achieve some true affordability was where we ended up with the dedication of an acre of land that could be an 100% affordable project. And ultimately, the amount of affordability could potentially go much deeper. We also got contiguous open space to create a new park or potentially an extension of Bull Park. And kind of the price for that was converting what we call the Audi building, which had been an automotive use, into an R&D use. And so that is the increase in R&D is in that Audi building on Park Boulevard. I think it's important to understand we're not increasing the R&D use within the Fry's building itself. And then Sobrato has also agreed that this project would be fully parked. There's a kind of low-rise parking deck that would replace the parking that would be lost in the front that would become open space. It should be noted that one of the things that was agreed to that I didn't see in the report was that if there is an RPP in this area, that these parcels would not be part of that RPP. So a lot of times we hear people concerned about spillover onto street parking. And I think we have an agreement not to let that happen. The historic access was probably one of the most challenging things, and Councilmember Koo pushed on that mightily. We really wanted to see almost a retail promenade underneath the monitor roofs, and we didn't really find a way to make that viable. The cafe that's been described will be a room for historic artifacts, and you'll also be able to look up under the historic monitor roofs. And we saw the picture of the design that they added also more windows and things to really highlight some of the architectural aspects of the building. And there's also an agreement and desire to use some of the art funds maybe for some historic significance outside of the building as well. So again, we're getting 2.25 acres of parkland. We're getting an acre of affordable housing. We're getting $1 million for park improvements and $4 million for affordable housing. And again, it's important that everybody realize this is just really kind of an outline of the term sheet, if you will. It has to go through our city processes. It'll go through an EIR. There'll be a lot of opportunities for people to weigh in, but trade-offs that were needed to get a viable project. So I personally believe that Sobrato's plan is a positive for the neighborhood. It delivers on key aspects of what most people said they wanted, which was housing and open space, and a means to manage, potential impacts like traffic. And I'm almost done. I wanted to respond. We got a lot of emails today with some comments, and I just wanted to try to address some of those points. So again, on historic preservation, we really are looking to preserve and honor the most architecturally interesting component of the building. The end of the building that would be removed for the housing is basically a warehouse that's likely been modified many times. And we made a judgment on a trade-off there that people may or may not agree with, but that was a trade-off we made. There is a minimal increase in R&D use, which again is the Audi building. The deal didn't convert to 100% housing, but the property owner has rights as well. And if we wanted all housing, the course we would have had to gone down is to amortize out the commercial use. And because past councils had stopped that amortization process, we'd basically be starting from scratch. And it likely would have taken many years, like 10 years, to get to that point where it could be 100% housing. One of the letters called having this separate acre for affordable housing redlining, and I really object to that characterization. Again, I understand the desire to integrate affordable housing in with market rate housing, but consider if we had gotten 15 or 20% affordable housing at 100% AMI versus this dedicated acre where I think we can get much deeper levels of affordability. And again, we're gonna have to work with a affordable housing partner, but I think part of the goal there is that we'd be down in the 60, 80% AMI range, which just wasn't gonna happen in the main project. I also, and again, this is gonna be, I think, a very attractive area. It's gonna be affordable housing next to a park and a naturalized creek. And again, it's in everybody's interest. I think Sobrato's as well. We're going to have a R&D space there to make it a very attractive place to be. I also hope that people will value the 3.2 acres of land that the city is getting. I don't view this as caving in on our part. I don't think a lot of developers would have offered this much. And again, I think Sobrato was really looking for a win-win here. And then finally, I do want to acknowledge the work of the NV-CAP working group. And I think when you look at this project, it's a lot closer to the options put forward by that working group, along with funding to actually make it a reality. And I think it's a lot closer than a lot of the other options that the working group was looking at. And, we heard a lot of interest in naturalizing the creek and lower density impacts. And I think that this project gets us there. So again, I understand not everybody's going to agree, but I hope that people will give this project a shot and really take a look at what trade-offs necessary to make it actually happen. So, thanks.
Thank you. Do we have any members of the council who wish to ask questions or comments before going to Mr. Steele from Sobrato and the members of the public? And Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to Councilmember Du Bois for a good summary there. Just a couple of questions for staff. So I guess Director Lay, do you have any estimates as to the amount the city might receive from impact fees? And I know you said that's sort of an ongoing issue, but do we have a ballpark estimate?
We did run that analysis. I'm not remembering off the top of my head, but I think, Mr. Yang, are you recalling from our previous analysis?
Yeah, I can pull that up in about a minute.
Great, thank you. I'll ask my next question though, and I guess a bit of a concern. I understand we're going to be using the Secretary of Interior standards while we're evaluating the historic resource there, and I was looking at your sort of the process that's being recommended as far as we've got ARB, PTC, City Council, some more public engagement. I feel we're really missing the Historic Resources Board, and curious why the HRB is not included in that process, and hope that they can be, that this is their area of expertise.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear in my remarks. They should be included. They will be included. That is part of our process, and just an oversight on our part.
Good. Makes me feel better. Thank you. And then what's another thought is there, I understand there are like architects who specialize in preservation, as well as engineers that specialize in preservation. Is that a possibility moving forward to maybe require that of the future development, to have someone with that expertise in order to be sure that that we're creating a sense of space that is compatible with the historic nature of this area, maybe be able to kind of bring in what several community members I think are rightfully concerned about losing some of that history.
Right. So a couple things. One is we have a fairly detailed historic analysis of the building, which you may have read, prepared by the city's consultant, and our consultant would be involved in any review of any proposed plans, not only renovations to the building itself, but any improvements on the site, which it's really the site that has the historic significance for the events that have taken place there. The building itself does qualify under criterion 1 of the standards. And so we'll be taking a look at that. So we're going to have that sort of peer review ongoing throughout the process. But I think Mr. Steele could speak to this as well. They have actually engaged an architect who does this work specifically with historic buildings too. And I forget the name of the firm that they're using, but he could probably speak to that. They have engaged a qualified historian architect to work on the project, and was part of the first iterations that you see in the packet.
Okay, thank you. And just a quick follow-up on the CEQA analysis. My understanding of CEQA, right, is that it would require review not just of the historic building, but the property as a whole. Is that correct?
We're going to do an environmental analysis that covers the entirety of the redevelopment as depicted in the 5 parcels that you see. So yes, not just the cannery building, but also the townhomes, the parking garage, the conversion of the auto dealership or repair to R&D, and the park open space, and a hypothetical development of affordable housing on that roughly 1 acre of land.
Perfect. Thank you. And Mr. Yang, did you find that number?
Yes. So with respect to sort of community center, library, public safety, and general government impact fees, they total somewhere between $500,000 and $600,000. And then there's the 1% public art fee, which will depend on construction costs, but we're projecting those north of $1 million.
Great, thank you. And then just a quick thought, I mean, just like kind of an observation, I think, of tonight's study sessions, both this one and the previous one, I do think our staff reports could have been strengthened. I mean, we didn't even have a staff report on airplane noise, and not only is that, I think, difficult for council, but also for the public to really be able to have a much more meaningful discussion. I also heard many kind of concerns and complaints from community members as far as the staff report for this item just not being clear enough over what is being offered, and that I think is difficult for everybody to be able to articulate their thoughts and arguments. And especially, I mean, as Councilmember Du Bois pointed out, there are a few mischaracterizations of part of this proposal and other things that I think were accurate, but maybe not having enough information. So I think that'd be able to be helpful for these conversations to be a little more kind of fruitful in the future. I also think this might be an issue that we want to either continue or just schedule another meeting for the public. And there's a lot of things here that's important. I think some things that would be able to benefit the community. I think, like, for example, I think it'd be really helpful to have like a side-by-side comparison of what were the NVCAP goals and priorities as well that the city has come up with, and how does this agreement fulfill those? I think it'd also be helpful to better understand under the code what is legally required of the applicant and what is being accomplished here for the community, to have a better sense of are we getting a good deal or not. So I think that would all be helpful, not only in our discussions, but also for the community at large.
Before going to Vice Mayor Koo, I'll just say that I think those are constructive recommendations for what would go to the whole series of boards and commissions that are going to review it, and every step of the way the public's going to have an opportunity to participate.
I agree.
Vice Mayor Koo.
First, I want to say thank you to Councilmember Du Bois for the summary and the overview of the project. I just wanted to add one item. If you can bring up slide number 6, it has the diagram of the proposed parcels, but here, what I wanted to point out is that there is also a discussion of having a bridge over the creek, and potentially there is a green colored rectangle that accesses to Lambert, and that could be a connection to the other park, Boulware Park. And so that's the connectivity. So those were some of the things that we also took into consideration to connect the neighborhoods. Again, thank you, Councilmember Du Bois.
And so now we'll turn to Mr. Steele from Sobrato, who will actually, I think, he's welcome to comment on this tentative agreement or recommendation of the ad hoc committee, but he's also here because this is a pre-screening for a development agreement. And so I believe you have up to 10 minutes to speak as an applicant on the pre-screening. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mayor and council members. My name is Tim Steele. I'm the Senior Vice President of Real Estate Development for the Sobrato organization and the property owner for the subject property. I'll be brief. I won't need the 10 minutes. I think the staff report is fairly complete on capturing the deal points, and I'd be happy to answer questions following. But I wanted to start by expressing our appreciation to the City Council for establishing the ad hoc committee and to meet and address all of our respective positions. These meetings were both informative and productive. I got to look forward to our Wednesday mornings at 8 o'clock when we were typically meeting. I will also add that even though the NVCAP process has not yet concluded, their work impacted our proposal and ad hoc committee discussions, along with the city's comp plan. In closing, I'd like to thank the City Council, city staff, and community members for their contributions throughout this process. And what's before you tonight reflects a thoughtful compromise following months of work. And that work is very much appreciated. Again, I just want to thank you for your contributions to the effort. We're happy to stick around and answer any questions, of which I will answer. Councilmember Stone's question about the architect. We have actually had an historical architect at the table with us as a resource since establishing the ad hoc committee meetings. The name of the firm is the Architectural Resource Group. And we are currently working with them to establish a site-specific guidelines on how to move forward with refurbishment of the existing building, the existing cannery building. They're also just starting to develop and exhibit materials that would be proposed to be inside the retail space. And so we'll be presenting those as part of our application for the project as outlined in the staff report. Again, I'm happy to answer any other questions. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now go to the public, and we need to see the number of speakers because this is a study session. It's primarily for initial feedback from the council, and then the project would go through its entire review process before ever returning to the council. And let's see, up to 8. So we'll begin, and each speaker has up to 2 minutes to speak, and we'll be closing a submission of cards after the first speaker, which is Terry Holzmer here in person, to be followed by Bob Moss in person. Welcome.
Thank you, council members. It's a pleasure to be here tonight in person for a change. First, I'd like to thank all of the ad hoc committee and Sobrato and city staff for all their hard work in bringing this proposal forward to the council. There are several great things and good things about this proposal. However, as a working group member of NVCAP for more than 2 years, I also have some very serious and deep concerns. I'll try to list them very quickly. There's 5 of them. Among the concerns is the historical aspects of the cannery building at 340 Portage. This is not just another old industrial building that stands in the way of progress. This site and this building are very likely the last segments of a history that is very significant, not only to us in the Bay Area, but to California history. It says more about our past and very important about our future as well. I'm very concerned about the removal of 1/3 of the historical building and how it could be demolished and change the character of the building and its historical value. I suggest, what would you feel if someone suggested demolishing 1/3 of the HP garage or 1/3 of Hearst Castle? These historical aspects need further study and detailed analysis by experts in the field of historical preservation, and this should be a primary desire. Number 2, what happens to the specifics of the settlement agreement if the city is forced or wishes to deviate from its significant, if other significant issues come up during the review process or during CEQA? What is the city truly committing to right now is not very clear, because going through the review process and CEQA may change things. Number 3 was about the Historical Resources Board, but they've already discussed that quite significantly, so I won't bring that up. I would like to mention 2 more things very quickly.
We need to wrap up. Sorry.
Okay. There's a financial composition and analysis that needs to be done, comparing what the city is benefiting from and what Sobrato is benefiting from. And lastly, I'd like to emphasize the importance of a careful expert planning that is done on this historic property.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bob Moss, to be followed by Julie Lithcott-Hames. both speakers in person. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm very familiar with this building. When I was on the board of Cable Co-op, we had our offices in a studio there. I would like to urge that the entire building be preserved. If you're going to convert part of it to housing, you can put housing units inside the building at the rear. But it's not a good idea to destroy the architectural integrity of the building by replacing the area that people see when they drive down Park Street with housing. That area should be preserved. Second, the amount of retail that's suggested on site is much too small, and it should be at least 10,000 square feet, replacing the offices and R&D. We don't need more offices with R&D. We need more retail, especially for Ventura. Then I'd also like to see more of the area reserved for open space and parkland rather than just parking. You can have a 2 or 3 level garage, even if it's partly underground, to replace the parking on site at the grade level. Finally, I think it's important that any housing that's on the site include on-site low-income housing. Having the developer give you $5 million to put in a pot, which is going to be sitting around for years while he makes money from the development on the site of new housing, is a lousy idea. At least 15% of all units, all residential units on the site should be low-income housing. If you build it, you've got it. If you take the money, it just sits. Bad idea. And finally, I'd like to see anything that's done on this site pay very close attention to the integrity of the historic value of the building.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Julie Lithcott-Hames, here in person, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg remotely. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, council members. I'm excited to hear about this project. I don't know much about it. I'm looking forward to learning more. What I wanted to comment upon is I'm hearing a lot of language about the necessity of preserving this historic cannery, of understanding that history, preserving it, celebrating it, and I get that. But I hope as we pursue this project that we will also keep in mind another really important historical aspect of this site, which is that this is a site that was a redlined area where the city put Black and Asian residents when restrictive covenants prevented us from living in many other neighborhoods in our amazing city of Palo Alto. As the nation reckons with understanding and atoning for systemic discrimination against Blacks and Asians and Latinos and other racial minorities, when this project comes to fruition, I hope it'll include a recognition and celebration, not just of the historic cannery, but of the fact that this is where Black and Asian people have historically made their home in Palo Alto.
Thank you. Our next speaker is our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Mirko Horse. Welcome.
Thank you. First, quickly, my friend Julie Lithcott-Hames makes a great point about the previous diversity that used to be found in this neighborhood. Julie, you and City Council should know that it was Sobrato and a business with whom he was working, that actually bought out so many homes from families of color. And according to these families, actually, they sold under conditions they described as duress. There are a bunch of articles about this when it happened. Also, it is shameful and disturbing to see you once again sell out the public and natural environment simply to avoid a lawsuit that would never win from a billionaire who has harmed our city time and time again. I very carefully read the 100-page so-called threat of litigation filed by Sobrato last September, and it was an offensive assault on the facts and the law. The crux of Sobrato's argument is that it's not clear what the zoning of the Fry's building is. Yes, it is. The building is residential with that one exception. Additionally, Sobrato even goes as far to say that they believe that Fry's is still operating there. This is poppycock. This is a joke. And these are the arguments that you use once again to betray the public trust and conduct these deliberations in private. This, you deliberated in private, despite the fact that it was only 10 years ago when City Council, including this mayor, was censured in a grand jury report for this very same problem. 10 years ago, the mayor and the rest of the City Council then wanted to sell 7 acres to Arriaga for $175,000. This deal certainly is no better. Look what other cities do. They demand a lot more, giving away nothing. Please bring this to the public. Let us decide. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mirko Horst, to be followed by Susan Stansbury.
Good evening, council members. My name is Mirko Horst. My wife and I are resident, property, and business owner directly adjacent to that Sobrato project. So we own the property, which you've seen on that plan, actually at 3261 Ash Street, facing the parking lot. We understand that the city council is pre-screening for the project that apparently results from the threat of litigation by Sobrato. The project impacts on the environment, such as noise, mitigation of, we believe, toxic plume, and misplacement of the below market rate housing needs to be our residents, literally at the backyard with no apparent access to major transportation. We believe it should be much closer to Park Boulevard than it is actually to S Street. So as a business owner and resident, currently the noise level, even today at the John Boulevard Park, is already not acceptable and results in multiple police responses. Given the increase of amount that is normally associated with BMR, we expect this will be as well increasing. Council needs a comprehensive and thorough evaluation of the impact of the Sobrato project, including possible compensation for temporary and permanent loss of existing housing and business use adjacent to the property. So, which has been left out completely out of the staff report, which is very disturbing. So the now for multiple years uncompleted structure at 3225 El Camino and the corner of Portage Avenue, which is only 300 feet away from this project, show the inability to deal with existing toxic plume. So why is there no mentioning the fact that the Sobrato project have to deal with the problem of extension construction in terms of soil removal to address the toxic plume and the type of land that is approved? The staff report states there have been negotiations to reach detailed project description. The problem with those secret negotiations is that it has not involved adjacent impact property owners or residents.
Thank you.
So we believe that all needs to be addressed.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Susan Stansbury, to be followed by Cedric Pitot de la Bougidière.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Burt and council members. My name is Susan Stansbury, and I live on Josina Avenue, across the street from Matadaro Creek, upstream from El Camino. The creek is a treasure in our neighborhood, and I'm thrilled that the naturalizing the creek to the fullest extent possible in the NVCAP area remains an important part of the development plan. Thank you to everyone who has put time, energy, and expertise into moving this vision forward. For the creek and the rest of the landscape area, I urge the council to restore the habitat value for our birds, insects, and other wildlife by using locally native plants. Fortunately, we have great resources within Palo Alto to do this. Among those is Grassroots Ecology, which is a local nonprofit that already partners with the city of Palo Alto and engages the community on restoration efforts. They are involved with restoration projects upstream in Bull Park, Mayfly Creek at Arrestero Preserve, which feeds into Matadaro Creek, and Sawzell Creek in the Portola Valley Community Center. And I spoke to the executive director, Alex Von Felt, today, and she gave me the green light to mention their name and expertise tonight. For the townhomes and other new buildings, I urge the city to require living buildings and restorative design that are net zero or net positive in energy use, for this project and other future projects. There are many examples in the state and around the country, such as the PAE Living Building in Portland, Oregon, the Bullitt Center in Seattle, and the Kendata Building in Atlanta, Georgia, just to name a few. We can do this. The technology is out there. Once again, thank you for your efforts on this project and for our city.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cedric Pito de la Baudière, to be followed by Karen Holman. Welcome.
Hello, good evening all. The staff report indicates that because of the agreement to not impact the Audi parking lot, the concept 3 is not possible, and that concept 2 of the creek restoration or similar should be evaluated. I disagree with this assessment. If you look at the layout of concept 3, you'll see that the creek realignment overlaps only slightly with the Audi parking lot, and most of the creek width expansion there is actually within the dedicated open space. Therefore, I would urge you not to downgrade to concept 3. Let's instead set the goal of full naturalization in the spirit of concept 3 and have the creek designers work within the limitations to design an alignment which maximizes ecological and hydrological benefits. In addition, I would please ask you to require throughout the site the use of native, drought-tolerant, and high habitat value plants, green stormwater infrastructure, green building and net zero energy buildings. For instance, buildings from scratch is a great opportunity to install ground source heat pumps, which aside from passive solar designs are the most energy efficient way to heat and cool homes. The preserved portion of the historic structure is the most interesting section, and the rendering is lovely. However, all the glazing is deadly to birds. So throughout the site, please require the use of bird-friendly glazing. For instance, the company Ornolux has a glazing product with a subtle UV pattern, which is virtually invisible to the human eye, but which dramatically reduces bird strikes. I support in principle the concept and location of building deeply affordable housing on about an acre of the area. I'd love to see more retail for the project to include a restaurant, cafe, or bar. Similarly, it would be great to create some sort of European style town square concept, a commons area for people to gather and socialize. And I will leave it at that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Karen Holman, to be followed by Peter Dreckmeyer. Welcome, former Mayor Holman.
Thank you very much, and good evening and welcome back. I sent in a lengthy comment letter previously with several questions, answers to which I just couldn't identify in the staff report. There is much that seems to be accomplished, and yet there are many questions. The big question is what has been committed to previously, meaning what flexibility does the council have going forward? Among the questions the report raises are how CEQA will be conducted. Will it analyze the cannery property as a whole, or as projects develop on 5 identified parcels? How will the naturalization of the creek design be determined and analyzed by CEQA? What potential impacts are anticipated in particular to the cannery property's historic standing, given demolition and new buildings, that is eligible with the California Register, which considers the properties, not just buildings. It's a common misperception. It's difficult to understand the PC role in this, given CEQA needs something to analyze and how the PC inherent flexibility plays into that. What alternatives will be analyzed as CEQA requires? I suggested some comparative tables so we can all see what the balance is of what Sobrato gains and the same for the city. Those comparisons include financial benefit, ongoing and one time, land use gain and loss for the parties, and what is being offered compared to what is required, such as for housing and parks, for instance. Lastly, I offered 3 suggestions. Regarding historic architect, thank you to Sobrato for engaging ARG. Will the city engage in historic expertise as well for new construction? And this, a second recommendation or suggestion is honor the individual and broad implications of the cannery property by changing the name of Portage, which leads to the cannery property, to Thomas Foon Chu Cannery Way, or something at least. Simply read the Page and Turnbull report, who analyzed this property, to gain a better understanding of the significance of this one man, who as a Chinese immigrant became an industry leader in the world, while also bettering the lives of literally thousands of employees of multiple race and color. Respect Mr. Chu and the cannery property. A third recommendation is respect Mr. Chu and the cannery property by adding the property to California and Palo Alto inventories. The city or the owner can do this, and the Secretary of Interior standards apply either way. Lastly, no one is going to get everything they want. What is essential is that good analysis and process be followed that allows the public to evaluate this or any proposal. Thank you for your efforts to this point.
Thank you. Our next speaker is former Mayor Peter Dreckmeyer, to be followed by Rebecca. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt, and hello, council members. Peter Dreckmeyer, I live in Palo Alto. I want to thank council members Du Bois and Koo and everyone else who put a lot of time into this. I know it's a lot of effort, and I haven't followed this very closely, but I can tell that there's a lot of different opinions. And it reminds me of some advice someone once gave me, that when you're lobbying, you focus on the best possible thing. But when you're the decision maker, you've got to focus on the best thing possible. And there's some give and take. And I don't think anyone could argue that council members Du Bois and Koo caved to developers. So I think we were likely in very good hands here. I currently live a block from San Francisco Creek. It's a really important part of our neighborhood. We have a group that works with grassroots ecology to restore the native ecosystem. But I grew up a couple blocks from Matadaro, about a mile downstream in the Midtown neighborhood. And the creek was a really important part of us kids growing up, and especially the toads we used to have there. And we would catch the tadpoles and have little pets. When the baby toads were born and leaving the creek, we would help them across the street so they wouldn't get squished. We'd take them to our yards because we knew that they were great for gardens. And then in the winter, when it would rain, all these big mature toads would head back to the creek, and they would breed and start the process over with their strings of eggs. And, you know, for children, I think it's so important to be engaged in biological experience like that and environmental experience. And we know that kids in Bull Park have access to that. So I love the idea of naturalizing the creek. We don't get these opportunities very often. And just a reminder, something you all know, that the jobs housing imbalance is one of supply. We don't have as much housing as demand. And then demand, we have a lot of jobs, 3 to 1. So in all these decisions, we need to think about supply and demand. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca, to be followed by Jeff Levinsky. Welcome.
Good evening. Yeah, this is Becky Saunders. I'm sorry I didn't have my last name there. Yeah, thank you to Council Member and Vice Mayor Du Bois and Koo for working on this proposal. It has a lot of good stuff about it, but of course those of us who've been following this for a long time are pretty disappointed. This property is zoned for housing. If it takes 10 years to amortize it, then so be it. This council does not have to chuck a good plan because previous councils failed us. 2 wrongs do not make a right. Let us sunset the office use and make this housing as it's designed. It was such a gut check for me and many of us housing advocates that we're still expected to give up valuable zoning for homes to maintain office profits for a privately held company. Why must our zoning be sacrificed to threats and fears of lawsuits? All these state laws are careening our way, mandating housing, and this site comprises an important part of our housing element. At least I thought it did. So while the sunsetting is allowed to go forward as designed, we can build the homes we need, and I don't understand why mixing BMR with market rate doesn't pencil out, as has been implied. How can we evaluate the pencils if we don't get to see the math that people are doing? I just don't think we need to take people's words that this is, how it's going to go down, and we don't get to see any proof or any pudding that, this all stands up. So pretty frustrated with this situation, but that's life. I do appreciate one speaker's bringing up the toxic plume, which does seem to have disappeared from our conversations and radar. Because when I first moved to Ventura in 2001, I do recall driving by the site and hearing nonstop pumping. And so I'm just wondering, what is going to be unearthed when all of this breaks ground? But anyway, thank you so much for hearing me. And thanks again to the ad hoc for working so hard for us.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeff Levinsky here in person, to be followed by Bill Ross. Welcome.
Good evening, City Council members. Thanks for holding this meeting. I and others trust it's not too late for meaningful public input and that the city hasn't already committed to some deal with Sobrato. As has been mentioned, back in 2014, our city was found by the county grand jury to have not been open about land use dealings for both 27 University and the acreage near the Foothills Nature Preserve. At that time, the city pledged to become transparent in these matters, but there's a lot we don't know tonight about this proposed deal. For example, what alternatives were looked at that wouldn't segregate the affordable housing from the market rate housing? You've heard that this site has a legacy of redlining and other discrimination, and so the proposed split is quite worrisome. Second, what alternatives has the city looked at that wouldn't require the demolition of 1/3 of a site with a building with immense historic significance? And finally, we're told that there is a financial study. Why wasn't that made public so that we can look at it and understand what the trade-offs are? As you all know well, other past development deals in Palo Alto have gone horribly awry. Your best defense against making the same mistakes in the future is openness. Let the public see all the facts and the figures. Let the press present all the arguments, pro and con. Please step back from any hasty decisions and instead share with the public all relevant information. That will assure the best outcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Ross, to be followed by Aram James.
Good evening. I'd first note that the closed session negotiations for which there's been no reportable action is creating a chilling effect that's comparable to what's been prohibited pre-condemnation proceedings as documented in the case of Clopping versus City of Whittier. Adjacent property sales are not occurring and leases are not being extended because of the unknown extent or effect of the Sobrato project. There's a statement on page 2 of the staff report that these secret negotiations have been negotiated in good faith toward a mutually agreeable outcome. Where's the evidence? 3, a critical issue of a development agreement is adequate consideration. That's over and above the level of what can be exacted under existing land use standards. Respectfully suggest that the open space and upgrading of Matadaro Creek, which has to be the result of an extensive stream alteration permit, is properly the obligation of the developer. Finally, and most critically, is where is the solution for dealing with the toxic plume that exists under this property? Doheny Vidovich, extremely experienced developers, are now the owners of 3225 El Camino, which has been a blight, for at least 5 years now. Where's the remediation for that? That's certainly the subject of a lawsuit in federal court. I think you also have to look at the fact that because of the nature and extent of this project and the need for thorough environmental analysis, you're going to create economic blight. That is a physical impact on the environment. There has to be a way to address toxic plume, its remediation, without destroying existing viable businesses and residences within this and the adjacent neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by our final speaker, Matt Schlegel. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. A lot of extraordinary speakers tonight. Barron Park raised my boys there, but even before that, on Matadaro Avenue in the Ventura neighborhood, they loved that neighborhood. My boys are biracial. Their mom is African-American. Their dad is a Jewish guy and mixed with a bunch of other stuff. But the point is, they felt at home with Black people and other biracial kids. And I am seeing gentrification occurring. I don't like that. It was always, when I was a young public defender, I gave out my phone number to all the people in the community. The police were always over policing that neighborhood. So it's not just redlining that we have to talk about, but the historic over policing. And I heard some comment from at least one speaker that suggested they don't want low-income housing near their house. That somehow that maybe there'll be Black people living near them. Well, of course, I'm a huge proponent, and I've spoke many times about that any developer that comes into Palo Alto needs to be part of the reparations that are owed to African Americans and other people of color. Shirley Weber, our first African American Secretary of State, who also piloted the first reparations commission in the history of the United States. California, because I've talked about it, came out with a 500-page preliminary report on reparations. And I've yet to hear a council member say, except for Greg Tanaka, the word reparations. I want at least 20% of the housing done by any developer, Sobrato and anybody else, in perpetuity set aside for African Americans. And let's make at least 20% of the housing, again, I say that, set aside in perpetuity for African Americans. And that's what I have to say at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Matt Schlegel.
Thank you. I missed you these past few weeks, and I'm so glad you're back. We have a lot to do. Let me fill you in on a few things that happened while you were away. July 21st was Climate Emergency Day. On that day, I thought about what's at stake with our cascading climate calamities, and I thought about what we can do to slow down global warming. Then last Thursday, July 28th, was Earth Overshoot Day. That's the day that humanity consumed as many biological resources as the Earth can reproduce in 1 year. So now and for the rest of the year, we're using more resources than is sustainable. And I also learned that 1970 was the last year that we were consuming within the means of the planet. We also experienced unprecedented heat waves in Europe and now floods in Kentucky. And when do we realize that these are not unprecedented? They are.
Mr. Schlegel, do you know that we're on the Fry's site topic, not on public comment for agenda
I'm
items?
sorry. I saw on the agenda that the public comment for non-agenda items was 7:15 to 7:30. So I apologize.
Oh, okay. You know what? Why don't you continue, because we're going to head into that shortly, and then you don't need to sign up again.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Just to continue, so we are also now slowly learning that with trepidation that the fossil fuel infrastructure and leasing permits that President Biden agreed to with Senator Manchin in exchange for the modest climate package that they're agreeing to. So meanwhile, airborne methane levels are now at their highest levels in human history. And thankfully, that's something we can do something about. We can replace our methane appliances with electric appliances and ultimately decommission our leaky, high-pressure methane distribution system. So I'm very glad that you're back so that we can get back to work on rolling out our heat pump water heater program and reducing the carbon emissions in our city. Thank you, and apologies for the misunderstanding about this.
Okay, thank you. All right, so we'll now return briefly to the council. If there are any follow-ups, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Just two things I wanted to follow up on that came up during public comment. First, if you could just please confirm, or the city attorney, we did report our action on June 21st. Is that not correct? On Tuesday, June 21st? Caller alleged that there had been no reportable action from the closed sessions. Okay, someone can say that on microphone.
Yes, we did.
Great. Okay, thanks. Just wanted to clear that up. And then the second thing is we've had a lot of numbers thrown around, and Director Lade, if we could just return to the discussion of affordable housing. Did you say that the original Sobrato plan had 14 units at 100 or 120% of area median income?
Yeah, the project on file is a 91-unit townhome development. And if you take 15%, which is the requirement of the code today for ownership housing, 15% would result in 14 of those units being deed restricted. Our requirement is at 100% and 120%.
Okay, so the person making the average amount of income, we would have 14 units for those people under the initial plan. Okay, and the proposal that we are pre-screening tonight has about an acre for affordable housing. What would be your estimate of how many? I understand it'll vary, but depending on the size of the units. But maybe if we think of Wilton Court.
Yeah. So Wilton Court was roughly, I think, 50 or so units.
58, I think.
Okay, 58, call it 60. And that was about a half an acre.
Okay.
And so those were, studios and I think a couple of 1 or 2 bedrooms. But as you said, the bedroom count may change.
Okay, so if we had an acre, then we could get, depending on the size of it, as many as 120 units of affordable housing instead of the 14 that are under the SB 330 proposal.
And at a more deeply affordable level.
Just getting there, just for everyone to understand what deeply affordable means. When we say 60 or 80, that means people who are making 60% of the average median income would be able to live in these as opposed to people making the average. Okay. So I just wanted to get that out there and use that to buttress the discussion that Councilmember Du Bois started about why this is a better outcome for the community than what we usually prefer to see, which is having all kinds of people live next door to each other. So thanks so much for going through those numbers. I think there's a very big difference between 14 and 120.
So I just have a couple follow-on comments. I thought the recommendation to look for an opportunity to do a street naming after Thomas Foon Chu was a great idea that we hadn't been discussing. I'd also like to follow on Councilmember Cormack's point that there's often a trade-off between being able to provide more affordable units and to do so for members of our community who need even greater subsidy versus in a dedicated project versus being able to have them as inclusionary units, a fewer number at higher income levels that we would have if we stuck with what is the standard default approach. And this is one of the few opportunities we actually have had for a development agreement where we can negotiate terms that are even greater than what we would be able to achieve through our standard zoning. And I believe that's exactly what's happened here. I also, lastly, just want to note for the record that 10 years ago, when the council received an unsolicited offer or proposal to negotiate for purchases of 7 acres in the lower Wild Horse Valley, the council declined to consider the offer and instead subsequently proceeded to have those acres dedicated as parkland. So on that note, Vice Mayor Koo, you have your light. Sorry, Councilmember Du Bois, I haven't been looking up at the remote screen often enough.
That's fine. Just a couple quick comments. I think the public comment about the creek concepts were on target. Whether we call it concept 3B or scenario 2.5, I think now that we have an idea of what land we have, we should design kind of within those limitations. And I don't think it's necessarily what was called scenario 2 in the past, but we need to look at that. And the toxic plume, is going to be a focus of the environmental impact report. And then if Tim Steele is still on, I think one of the speakers mentioned net zero. And I think the idea is for at least 340 Portage to be a net zero.
Thank you for passing that question on to me. Yes, our design right now, our mechanical is that the refurbished cannery building portion that's vacant right now would be all net zero. PV is complete over the roof, is environmentally friendly, mechanical and electrical as possible to set up. And right now our targets would actually meet or exceed net zero.
Great, thanks. Yeah, and that
Thank
was
you.
it. Thanks, Pat.
Thank you. So I believe that concludes this item. Thank you. Vice Mayor Koo, you did want to speak here in addition to pointing out that Councilmember DuBois
Sorry
needs to
about
speak.
that.
Go right ahead.
I'll try to keep it short. So I think that, one of the things that, as I was attending the NVCAP meeting, speaking to residents and the community, as well as, taking direction from my council colleagues going into the ad hoc, what I did hear a lot was the need for affordable housing. And I think Councilmember DuBois and I really went out to to ask and to request and negotiate on deep affordable housing, as what Councilmember Cormack had clarified just now with Mr. Late. But in getting that parcel for the below market rate housing, as a city and as city land, city has a means of determining the size of these units. And we have heard from our community that we do need the larger units for families. So it's not going to just be focused on 1-bedroom studios, etc. There will be larger units that we're going to be taking into consideration. Since this is one of our projects, I do want to say that, I am in real estate and land doesn't grow anymore. We can't make those. And so when there's an opportunity to gain more land for Palo Alto, I think this is an opportunity that we do want to make come to fruition. As you can see, we are looking for places where we can put the Home Key project, where we can put safe parking. And I will say these are all city land or county land. County has done a yeoman's job in finding their parcels in order to develop more of these, more of the below market rate, so that we can be more inclusive and more diverse. So I did want to bring that point up. And in terms of preserving the cannery, as Mayor Burt said, it's more than just the property. The property is important, but the significance of the individual, Mr. Thomas Fung Chu, and his contributions not only to Palo Alto but to the state and the nation, is in this building. I think that when it's not enough just to have a plaque for his greatness, but also when you step inside the building itself, it is a wow moment that brings into your understanding what this man did and how, and the people who work there. Lastly, I do want to say that I do want to celebrate, this historical significance. While there is always redlining that is brought into the conversation, this cannery and this man actually employed a lot of the neighbors in this community, and of all different races. So I think that's something to be celebrated. But I also want to correct the definition of redlining. It is actually a discriminatory practice in which services are withheld from potential customers who resides in the neighborhoods classified as hazardous to investments. And these neighborhoods have significant numbers of racial and ethnic minorities and low-income residents. And I don't think we're doing that. I really think that we are being inclusive and diverse. So thank you for listening to me, but I do need that corrected. Thank you.
And I meant to add just one other brief comment, which is the location of this affordable housing site is exceptional for our community. We only have, that I'm aware of, one other location in the city where an affordable housing project is directly adjacent to a parkland, which is really desirable. And that's at the Oak Court Apartments next to Heritage Park. And this would also be the only location where it would be immediately adjacent to a naturalized creek. So I think it's a great opportunity for a really desirable affordable housing project. And on that note, thank you all. And this will then proceed through our next steps in board and commission review. Our next item is agenda changes, additions, and deletions. And we don't have any yet, but I want to note for the public that item 10 is a time-sensitive item on the business tax. And if we are jammed up on time with item number 9, we may either defer that to a date certain, or we may, if time allows, accept the presentation and public comments and defer the council discussion and action to a date certain, depending on how the schedule is shaping up at that time. So our next item is public comments on items that are not otherwise on the agenda. And do we have speakers who wish to speak? Okay, so we already have 7 speakers. We will postpone, or excuse me, we will accept last comments in just a moment. So if anybody else wishes to sign up, they need to do so at this time. And each speaker will have up to 2 minutes to speak tonight. Our first speaker is in person, Anna Stein Vicino. Welcome. And we're now going to be closing off submission of public comments.
Hello, council members. I'm Anna Stein Vicino, and I am a rising senior at Gunn High School, and I'm here with the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. So teaching elementary age students in climate education workshops have made me realize how important climate issues are to the youth in Palo Alto. I'm deeply inspired by their out-of-the-box thinking and eagerness to create new solutions that will help the community around them. Taking inspiration from the energy of these kids, I hope the new council season will continue to push forward the goals of the SCAP, alongside implementing specific and effective infrastructure to accommodate electrification. Using the 80 by 30 goal as a guideline, I advocate for the implementation of programs such as the heat pump water heater rollout. Not only will this benefit the load of the electric grid, it would also be a cost-effective step towards electrification. In addition, developing new climate initiatives to include equity and justice will set a powerful standard for municipal climate policy. Steps towards climate mitigation and accessibility should not be mutually exclusive. I urge the City Council to work towards furthering these climate policy goals and leading the way to decarbonizing Palo Alto one step at a time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna Kim, to be followed by Moira King, both here in person. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Anna, and I'm a rising senior at Castellia School, and I'm also a member of PASC. I'm here in support of Palo Alto's SCAP plan and in support of electrification, which is essential for reducing Palo Alto's overall emissions. So the climate is definitely something that I often think about, and I know it's something that my friends and my classmates care deeply for as well. And it's really easy for us to feel kind of pessimistic learning about the environment. But when I remember how Palo Alto runs on carbon neutral energy, or I visit the nature preserves around the city, or even when I'm just able to bike around town safely, I'm left feeling a lot more hopeful about the future. And I'm very grateful for the work that you all have done in sustainability and incentivizing the transition to electricity by supporting the water heater electrification rollouts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maura King, to be followed by Simon De Silva, both here in person. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Maura King, and I'm a 17-year-old resident here. I'm also a PASC member. I moved here in 2018 with the perspective that Palo Alto, the tech capital of the world, was the pinnacle of climate activism. Compost bins did not exist in my small East Coast town, and I was particularly amazed by the robotic maneuvers of the dump trucks. Yet as time has moved on, I've come to realize Palo Alto has continuously failed to meet its climate goals. We have failed to meet both our energy efficiency goals in 2019 and 2020, and the SCAP had been initially developed when I arrived, yet I have not yet seen it be fully rolled out to its full effect. Why is that? But like Anna, I believe in the hope I once saw in Palo Alto, and with Gavin Newsom's support with car-to-building electrification, I urge Palo Alto City Council to support electrification further as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Simon De Silva, to be followed by Katie Ruff, both here in person.
All right. Good evening, Council. My name is Salman De Silva, and I'm glad to be speaking here today in person. I just graduated from Gunn High School and am a co-founder of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. Today, I want to talk about the 2023 California Building Code cycle. Already, city officials from Los Altos and San Mateo and others have indicated interest in seeing what course of action Palo Alto takes. It comes in reference to a January 1st implementation date for the codes, as well as Peninsula Clean Energy's release of model building codes that encourage existing building electrification a few weeks ago. Let's make one thing clear. SCAP and its 80 by 30 goal are not attainable without existing building electrification. We have 7 years left to reach our goal, and yet we're on track to miss a perfect opportunity as existing building electrification has been left out of the code recommendations for this coming cycle. So with these codes coming up for council action in the next few months, I hope that council puts in full-throated support for existing building electrification. The wording is already out there. It's already on the Bay Area Reach Code site with exemptions, strong exemptions, and that's been queued as one of the reasons that we're not considering it for this cycle. So please, I ask that we prioritize existing building electrification in the upcoming Reach Codes amendments. The public is behind this because this is a matter of science, this is a matter of urgency, and this is a matter of youth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Katie Ruff, to be followed by Julia Zeitlin, here in chambers, both. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. It's a pleasure to be standing before you all again. My name is Katie Ruff, and I'm a rising senior at Gunn High School. I am also one of the co-founders of PASC, or the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. I know it's a mouthful. I know by this point you've heard enough from me to understand how important I believe our climate's future to be, and I know that you care about it too. Many of you have supported my peers and me in taking the next steps in our own sustainability efforts. You marched with us either physically or in spirit last Earth Day. You met with us at odd hours to include us in the SCAP conversations, and you collaborated with our adult allies to hash out the details of this complex sustainability plan. Council, I would like to thank you. You've empowered me and made me proud to belong to a movement like the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, a movement that aims to prioritize its citizens, just as you all have prioritized us in pushing our leaders to take the next step in our city's sustainable path. Of course, I join the chorus of voices that have come before me today and telling you what I believe and what I hope you will all come to believe is the next step in this journey. Prioritizing the passage of the SCAP, complete with strong, innovative programs, including a heat pump water heater rollout. I know our city is pioneering this field, and I know that comes with an immense burden, both on our city employees and on you all. Through my experience with PASC and 350 Palo Alto, as well as a couple of other organizations, I have developed a nuanced understanding of this process. There are so many details and logistics to work out, but our city is ready. More and more people are starting to walk around talking about electrification. Ordinary citizens are electrifying and neighbors are pushing neighbors. And so too must we push each other. This truly is a climate movement and is in this town, and I urge you all to remain the leading figures of it. Thus, despite the arduous road ahead, I'm confident that our next steps will be worth the time and energy. Thank you so much for your time. You've inspired me, and I hope in some way we can inspire you as well.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julia Zeitlin, to be followed by Todd Burke remotely. Welcome.
Hi. Good evening, council members. I hope you are doing well. My name is Julia Zeitlin, and I am a rising junior in Palo Alto and a co-founder of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or PASC. And as you can see, several students from PASC have gathered in person and online today to communicate our support and further encouragement of bold climate action. We stand in front of you today in the summer of 2022 as climate change is becoming nationally recognized as a global threat, and our leaders are uniting and agreeing to take a stand. Congress is currently on track to pass the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, which includes a $369 billion climate package that would cut emissions to 40% below 2005 levels by the end of the decade. This bill will invest in green technologies like wind energy, solar power, carbon capture, and electric vehicles. While there are drawbacks and compromises that were made that weaken the impact of the bill, if even moderate Democrats like Joe Manchin are willing to take a stand, it is evident that this crisis can no longer be denied. As action is being taken nationally, local changes are becoming ever more important in this global transition. We are here today to speak for the youth of Palo Alto. As students from all over the city, we implore the council to make climate action, the SCAP, and reducing both commercial and municipal natural gas use your #1 priority. We urge you to gather your resources and influence as council members towards implementing the most recent electrification initiative of the ad hoc committee that aims to replace 1,000 water heaters in homes with electric heat pump water heaters. We urge you to create and improve the contract for this electrification initiative as soon as possible and in a unified manner, work towards encouraging and incentivizing the transition away from natural gas. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Todd Burke, to be followed by Aram James. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. My name is Todd Burke, and I happen to be a rising senior, although that's largely because I just got my first AARP mailer, but nevertheless, I happen to be president of Palo Alto Central and on the board of the Chamber of Commerce here in Palo Alto. I'm really representing myself when discussing these items, but I do want to mention those affiliations. I recently spoke to a number of the proprietors on California Avenue, since I live on California Avenue, who mentioned some concern about a fairly significant change in their business, and that is the tents are coming down. And I found that to be rather alarming. As a frequent guest of most of the restaurants in particular on the street and other businesses, it was alarming to me that we're getting rid of this really awesome new feature of what was this sort of bad news of the pandemic. And it occurred to me that removing the tents is a really kind of a major challenge for any of these businesses, and then any guest who wants to enjoy their business during the day. Or oddly enough, today was one of the few days that it rained, but even on days where there's bad weather. And I couldn't quite understand why we did that, why we're imposing that. And it's not really clear. Only the businesses were communicated, and the residents who live on the street, I don't think were really included in that decision. I think some of it had to do with street cleaning. That seemed to me a bit peculiar, largely because the streets are fairly clean, and I'm not sure why we needed the business owners to undergo the fairly significant expense of removing the tents. So I really hope that we rethink that and make a concerted effort not to apply such a draconian policy at a time when doing business, any business, is really difficult. So I hope we rethink that. I hope we bring the tents back, and really appreciate your attention. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Maya Prakash. Welcome.
Okay, so action item number 5 on the August 8th calendar City Council agenda is the approval or non-approval of the selection of Andrew Binder as our next police chief. I sent you all the letter that Dave Price was kind enough to publish in today's paper called Police Chief Hiring. In there, I indicated that I have a lot of respect and admiration for Andrew Binder, but I also said, sadly, his selection as our next police chief has been tainted by City Manager Ed Shikata's failure to insist on an open and transparent hiring process. Shikata failed to bring the three most qualified finalists to Palo Alto for a full public vetting by both our city council and members of the community, particularly those members of our community who have been the victims of police misconduct at the hands of members of the Palo Alto Police Department. Shikata's failure to make the hiring process public is shameful and an affront to our democracy. You all can simply correct that next week by saying, no, we are not going to approve a very good man, Andrew Bender, for chief until we bring at least the two other finalists for police chief to town, along with Andrew, so the public, including those that have been terrorized by the Palo Alto police over the years, can ask questions about what the vision is for the chief for leadership of the police department. What sort of training are we going to have? What sort of discipline is going to be imposed? Are we going to have a commitment to see if we have any white nationalists in our police force? I don't know if we do, but certainly we need to ask those questions. Our next chief needs to have the courage to make sure we don't have a police department that's loaded against people of color. So you all should not approve the Andrew Bender's selection until after we have a full and fair, transparent process. Thank you very much, and sorry for running over a bit.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Maya Prakash, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Maya, and I'm a junior at Gunn High School and a member of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition. I also wanted to take a moment and express my support for Palo Alto's Sustainability and Climate Action Plan and its push for electrification. I first became aware of electrification this past year as I joined youth-led groups like this to advocate for swift and effective action, and I've learned just how important this is, particularly in the Bay Area, because we act as trailblazers and we set the precedent for the rest of the state and the country as a whole. So for cleaner air, more affordable home costs, and a better future for our area and globe, I urge the council to move forward towards this better future, specifically by putting together your collective resources and power as council members towards implementing the most recent electrification initiative of the ad hoc committee that aims to replace water heaters in homes with electric heat pump water heaters. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by our final speaker, Jonathan Ehrman. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm very grateful for the articulate, meaningful, and educated words of the young adult high school speakers who have been speaking to you tonight. And I urge you to listen to the words of Mr./Ms. Stein, Vino, Kim, King, De Silva, Royf, Zeitlin, and most recently, Prakash. This is why they are examples of why Generation Z must be empowered, They must be listened to. Here are some ways you can do that. 1, impose actual term limits. Not these joke term limits that allow a council member to take 2 years off and return. 2, impose campaign contribution limits, which shamefully you still refuse to do, even though they're everywhere else. 3, put vote 16 on the ballot. It's not too late to do that. Had 16 and 17-year-olds been able to vote in 2016, we never would have had Trump. They make good choices, while older people often do not. Imagine if you were a member of Gen Z, like these informed young adults, you know that irreversible climate disaster is a mere few years off. Yet none of the adults whom they are told to trust and who are literally paid like you are to protect their interests demonstrate any sense of urgency or concern. We know, for example, that single-use vehicles contribute 41% of carbon pollution worldwide. Yet here in Palo Alto, where we can afford electric shuttles, we used to have them. You refuse to even consider putting them back on the streets. Similarly, you delay the construction of safe bike lanes and even had to return $1 million of bike lane grant money because you never got around to using this free money to enable non-car transportation. Please act for the environment, act for our future, and do it now. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Jonathan Ehrman.
All right.
I think I'm on. Hi, this is Jonathan Ehrman. Funny that Ms. Eisenberg was mentioning single-use vehicles and shuttles because I actually was calling this evening. I want to advocate for Palo Alto to resume the free shuttle service again. You know, the Crosstown shuttle and other shuttles were discontinued over 2 years ago, and all due to citywide financial reductions, according to the website. And I think it's time to start thinking about what we can do to increase public transit in Palo Alto. I know that there's some sort of grant with VTA for an on-demand service, which hasn't materialized yet. And the price for this that the city paid in for this on-demand service was that I think the same price that it could have paid to have the Crosstown shuttle up and running. And I think, frankly, that the amount of money that we spend, amount of money on free shuttles is just not that much if it's something that the city really cared about to implement in terms of public transit. Our public transit is not great here. We have, basically one or two VTA lines, depending on how you look at it. VTA over the years, which is responsible for our municipal shuttle service, has decreased both the number of lines and the number of trips on the lines over the years, and the city has sat by and done nothing because for most people they simply don't use public transit, so it's not a priority. So in following along with what some other people have been talking about, it seems to me a pretty straightforward thing for the city, for the Office of Transportation, to look into increasing public transit in Palo Alto, including both lobbying VTA for better comprehensive bus service and also free shuttles, which we can run either through funding ourselves or for finding grants elsewhere. But it seems to me that we know that there's a return on that investment because people will use them as opposed to doing nothing. So public transportation.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments. We're now going to go to the city manager comments. Just to forewarn folks, after that, we'll take a break and then return to the two action items. Oh, I skipped past the consent calendar. Sorry, thank you. So at this time, we have the consent calendar for approval. Councilmember Cormack.
I'd like to register a no vote on item 5, and I'm happy to move the consent calendar at the same time.
I can hear the last part of what you said.
I'm also happy to move the consent calendar.
And second by Vice Mayor Koo. And I see no other. Oh, Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I'd like to register a no vote on 5 as well.
Okay. And now we'll go to the public for comments on the consent calendar. All right, just.
Good evening. I'd like to comment on consent item number 4, where there's a reference to approval of the minutes for the June 21, 2022 City Council meeting. I think there's a need for correction on terms of the draft summary minutes on page 2, where it's referring to the closed session item concerning 340 Portage. It's indicated that Mayor Burt announced reportable action regarding 540 Portage. I assume that's a topographical error, but I'd also note that the balance of that statement, authorizing staff to authorize a tolling and process agreement with the Sobrato organization, makes no reference to anything like is disclosed in study session item number 3, nor disclosed by Councilmember Du Bois in discussing the study session, nor in the presentation by staff about a predetermined project for Sobrato. of the intensity and density that was described. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify, I believe that the record is correct on that I reported out reportable action on that item. So we now return to the council for a vote on the consent calendar with council members Cormack and Du Bois voting no on item 5. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes, and could the clerk please note, it says Councilmember Ku, it should say Vice Mayor Ku.
yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries unanimously for items 1 through 4, 6 and 8, and carries 5-2 on item 5.
Great. So we will now go to city manager comments. Mr. Shikata. Oh, I'm sorry. You do. Council members Cormack and Du Bois, you are welcome to speak to your no votes.
I continue to be unable to make the findings that meeting in person poses an imminent risk to health and safety.
Yeah, I would say the same and add, I think we're down to only 12 states that still have a state of emergency.
Thank you. And now, Mr. Shikata, third
Yes.
time's the charm.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. City Clerk, if I could ask your assistance in bringing up a few quick slides. Next slide, please. Well, perhaps on that point, on status of our pandemic, we provided here a few bullet points, providing an update given the council's recess during the month of July. Most notably, perhaps the addition of the Novavax vaccine as an adult COVID vaccine option. Also that we have approvals now on both the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines for very young children. And let's see, testing available. The one item that was not posted here, perhaps based on timing for the day, is would note that the governor today declared a state of emergency for the monkeypox exposures. So again, unfortunately, continuing evolution of health issues throughout the state and the nation. Next slide, please. Okay, also want to draw the council and perhaps as much community attention to a report that we provided actually for your August 8th agenda. So for next week's agenda, we have included an informational report on activities throughout the month of July. I just want to note a few samples, not by any means the only or most important items that were included in that report. First off, that we had 10 firefighters graduate the Joint Academy for Santa Clara County after their 18-week training. Thank you to the council members that were able to attend that important event. Also note that our library summer reading program has now enrolled, I don't know if this is a record, but it's notable nonetheless, 1,500 signups, which includes a donation of $1 each to, upon completion of the challenge, to the Palo Alto Community Fund, or community fund. And then finally, that a number of departments have been working actively on fire prevention activities in our hill communities and notably along our major roads along the hillsides. Next slide, please. Also noting notwithstanding today's rain, the ongoing drought and water conservation measures that are required both here in Palo Alto as well as throughout the county and beyond. Notably that back in June, the City Council did pass new additional water restrictions, and notably there are exceptions for health of trees, and that for residential customers, we do have specific restrictions to 2 days per week, Mondays and Thursdays for odd numbered addresses, and Tuesdays and Fridays for even numbered addresses. So time to remember how to reprogram those watering systems. Next slide, please. Also note for tomorrow, National Night Out returns, and hopefully better weather, and we'll be seeing events both here downtown on Forest Avenue with our public safety departments, as well as a number of neighborhood block events around town. Again, this is tomorrow evening between 5 and 8 p.m. Next slide, please. Also note that our staff put out an article on Medium noting August as Wellness Month. Really very comprehensive and in some ways inspirational listing of activities as well as ongoing programs that community members can take advantage of. So really would encourage everyone to look at our homepage under news and try to take advantage of any of the activities shown that might stir your spirit. Next slide, please. Also note a little more nuts and bolts here. Our green building code update that was referenced a moment ago, that we have a number of community meetings scheduled to obtain input on the next round of code revisions. Here, noting the dates of August 16th and 18th for community meetings upcoming on our website at cityofpaloalto.org/2022 reach codes. Next slide, please. Then finally, note that now that the council's back, we've got quite an upcoming list of business items that the council will be discussing. First, upcoming next week, the appointment discussion for our next police chief. Then another police related item related to military equipment use policy. And finally, a substantive item related to comments to the California High-Speed Rail Authority regarding the final environmental impact statement and report for the Peninsula segment. Then following week, a number of pre-screenings as well as discussion of the city's Project Home Key site approval documents. Then beyond August 22nd, we've got the housing element, a study session update on the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park, and finally, I know an anticipated joint study session with the Utilities Advisory Commission regarding fiber to the home. And that concludes my report. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. So at this time, we're going to take a break and reduce it until 8:30. Then we'll commence with item 9 on 1033 Amarillo. For those who weren't with us earlier, this item, because we're running behind schedule with the time-sensitive business tax item 10, we may be limited to staff report and hopefully public comments, and defer council discussion and action to a date certain. And so on that note, we'll take a break. a public hearing, a quasi judicial matter on 1033 Amarillo Avenue. It's a request for a preliminary parcel map with exceptions to subdivide a 20,787 square foot R1 property into 2 lots, where one lot will be 10,600 and another lot 10,100 square feet. It requires an exception for minimum width and maximum lot size. And before we begin, do any council members have disclosures of ex parte meetings relevant to this item? I see none. So Director Late, are you ready to begin?
Great, thank you, Mayor. And I'm going to invite Senior Planner Emily Foley to make the presentation this evening. Ms. Foley.
Thank you, Director Late. Good evening, Council. As Mayor Burt stated, this is the presentation for 1033 Amarillo, the preliminary parcel map with exceptions. Next slide, please. So the project request is for a 2-lot subdivision of an existing 20,787 square foot parcel in the R1 zoning district. The exception is to allow the resulting lots to be larger than the maximum size of 9,999 square feet, and for the lots to be narrower than the minimum lot width of 60 feet. Specifically, the 2 lots would be each slightly over 10,000 square feet, and each would be about 53 feet wide. Next slide, please. This slide shows the context of the neighborhood that this property is located in. And so the standard R1 lot size per the zoning code is 60 feet wide by 100 feet deep. The lots on this block vary from 4,600 square feet to 11,900 square feet, not including the existing 20,000 square foot subject property. And most properties on this block are 50 to 56 feet in width, which is in keeping with the proposed 53 feet. This property did have a pre-screening in October of last year. The council considered 2 plans. One was to do a 2-lot subdivision on this property. The other was a 4-lot. There was a slight preference at that pre-screening for the 2-lot subdivision. However, the zoning code at that point in time did not allow for the 4-lot option. And now with SB 9, which was incorporated into our zoning code in January, there would be the potential to have this property divided into 4, but that is not part of the current proposal. Next slide, please. This image shows the existing conditions as from the plan set. This is a cottage cluster configuration. There are 4 housing units and 2 detached garages. As stated, the proposed is to do 2 lots to facilitate redevelopment. Per SB 330, the future development must contain at least 4 units, but this can be a combination of primary units and accessory dwelling units. And again, these show the proposed dimensions of the 2 lots. Each lot would be approximately 7 feet narrower than the required minimum, which is not a very large exception. And likewise, the overage of the maximum lot size is about 120 feet and about 670 feet for the 2 lots. Next slide, please. So this project went to the PTC in April and it did not receive a recommendation for approval. However, the staff recommendation is to move forward with the approval. The PTC's discussion included uncertainty regarding the allowable configurations and the developer's intent. However, this project before council is for the subdivision only. And so concerns over the proposed development is considered speculative until a formal application is submitted to the city. And the proposed development would not relate to the subdivision findings. Secondly, the discussion considered if future development In this case, potentially demolishing the existing units would affect the comprehensive plan goal to preserve cottage clusters. And so preservation of cottage clusters is included in the 2018 housing work plan and the housing element. However, there are no policies currently in place to implement this preservation. Next slide, please. There are 7 findings for a subdivision and an additional, I think, 5 findings for the exception. And so listed here are the findings for the subdivision, which are reverse findings. If any of these were to be met, then you would need to deny the subdivision. And so the proposed map is not consistent with applicable general and specific plans, that the design or implement of the proposed subdivision is not consistent with applicable general and specific plans, that the site is not physically suitable to this type of development or to the proposed density of development, and that the site subdivision or proposed improvements would cause potential environmental damage. Next slide has the other 2. That the design of the subdivision is likely to cause serious health problems, or this last one that in summary says if there's conflict with existing easements, then the proposed subdivision would need to modify the easements. In this particular case, there are no existing easements on this property. Next slide, please. And these are the 4 findings for the exception, that there are special circumstances or conditions affecting the property, that the exception is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of a right of the property owner, that granting the exception will not be detrimental to public welfare, and that the granting of the exception will not violate the goals, policies, or spirit of the law. Next slide, please. And so the staff recommendation is to move forward with the record of land use action to approve the project based on the findings and subject to conditions of approval. However, the alternative action is to direct staff to return with findings for denial. It is likely that this would go on the consent calendar. Next slide, please. And so this concludes my presentation, and the applicant is also present and has a presentation as well. Thank you.
And Mayor, I'll just note also that Doris Suma from the Planning and Transportation Commission is the commission's representative this evening. She's also available.
Thank you. So at this time, we'd like to turn the mic over to the applicant, who has up to 10 minutes to speak. Welcome, Mr. O'Hanlon.
Thank you. I'll get started once you have my one slide up. Thanks very much. In the interim, thank you, Council. Grateful to be here on this project, where this property once again. My name is Ted O'Hanlon. I'm the consulting project executive working on behalf of the owners, American Pacific International Capital, who are based in San Francisco. That's actually a letter from our council that's on the screen right now. That was an apt-placed memo, really summarizing what I'd like to drive forward. But as Ms. Foley pointed out in her presentation, this isn't our first time before you. In October of last year, we had a study session to contemplate a division of this property into 4, somewhat of a new cottage cluster proposal. We also at the time presented what is before you today, which would be subdividing the property into 2. We left that meeting feeling that the 2-lot option was the better approach and the one that made more sense from a business perspective. We felt that the existing municipal code lacked the tools for us to create a new cottage cluster with 4 fee simple lots due to a prohibition of flag lots. and definitions related to private streets and easements. So at that time, we had also presented the option, which was the 2-unit proposal, which would have 2 single-family homes. And as we drew it at the time, each of those properties would have 1 ADU and 1 junior ADU. Now, there's a lot of details that go into that. So we took a step back, which is why we are only requesting this preliminary parcel map with exceptions before you. We do concur with the staff report and the recommendations, including a request for an easement to keep a single curb cut such that both lots would continue to use the existing curb cuts that is there rather than creating a new curb cut and further impinge Amarillo Avenue. So we are in support of that, and we don't feel like that would be something that would be out of character for Palo Alto. Those do exist in various places. The subdivision or the preliminary parcel map would allow for better conformance with the code, with the properties that are in the adjacencies and the general neighborhood that is R1. One of the findings that we point out is this would preserve a substantial right of the property owners, and the property owners do wish to redevelop this site in some capacity, which was their reason for originally acquiring it in May of 2021. To highlight a little bit on the cottages, there are 4. They are approximately 900 to 1,000 square feet each. They are rented for approximately $4,000 a month. When we acquired the property, we had rolled over every tenant. We found new tenants since we acquired the property. All the old tenants had voluntarily discontinued their leases and moved. So the current tenants are on 1-year leases, and then they'll move to month leases as any market rate or at-will leasing and lessor would do. There are no tenant protections. There's no rent control on these properties. And I think that's something that's important to keep in mind as we consider the future options of this. In general, there's a housing opportunity here, and I think that's the big point. And Mr. Kevlin's memo that is on the screen points that out. Our intent here is to allow for the future development of the site, and this is step number 1, would be to subdivide it to get it into better conformance with R1 lots around it. The yield of this property certainly would be 4 units at a minimum, meaning 1 home and 1 ADU on each of the 2 lots. But there's an opportunity to create housing with a junior ADU on each lot for a total of 6. So there might be net new units on this. And that would be the intent of the design that we would commit to. This is not an SB9 target. American Pacific International Capital is a real estate developer and investor. A primary occupant or resident would be the type of property owner that would apply SB9. We would have to leave the units vacant for 3 years in order to implement an SB9 application, sign affidavits for having the owners live there. All of these things that were baked into SB9 that would preclude an owner such as APIC from moving forward with an SB9 application. And then I further that along that Palo Alto's done a lot of hard work on their ADU guidelines, such as creating that opportunity for a junior ADU. So if you look at what we would be proposing to build, would be a single family home with 2 ADUs or an ADU and a JADU on each lot. So that would potentially be 2 homes, single family homes, and then 2 potential rentals on each property. We feel that the findings are fair that staff has made. As I mentioned, we're in agreement with them. We do feel that this is compatible with the spirit of the general plan, the objectives and policies. We tried to create a new cottage cluster, as the comp plan points out, to encourage these. And as we found out that was not a path that was going to be feasible to take. So that kind of concludes my comments. Of course, I am prepared to be here to answer questions provide more details on what it is we might develop or propose to develop in the future. But like I said, this is our first step in that process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Commissioner Suma is online. Did you have any additional feedback from the Planning Commission beyond the staff report?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council staff, and Mr. O'Hanlon. No, I think the staff report captured and the minutes captured our thoughts well. So I'm just here in case you have questions for the Planning Commission.
Thank you. So because of our time limits tonight, we'll look at, in all likelihood, just taking comments from the members of the public and then rescheduling this item. City Manager Shikata, I think we tentatively had identified a date certain.
Yes, if the council does want to lay this item over, we would recommend next week. That said, your agenda next week has the potential also to be impacted. So you might want to look at the public comments and decide whether to proceed this evening or continue.
We'll be doing that, but I wanted to be able to see whether we had identified a tentative date.
Yes,
okay.
Next week, the 8th.
All right. So do we have members of the public who have signed up to speak? Just 3. All right. Each member of the public will have up to 3 minutes to speak. We will stop taking cards upon completion of the first speaker. Our first speaker is Joe Hirsch, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Mr. Mayor, council members, first time back in many years given the pandemic, so it's good to be here once again to see you. I'm a little bit confused by the staff report. I'm really not up to date on this project. I was for a while, but not now. I thought it had 7 items that were not consistent with the comprehensive plan and other documents incumbent upon the city. And then the staff report says approve with conditions and findings. Seems a little bit inconsistent unless I've missed something. There are 4 small cottages on this property. My recollection is that they were 8 to 900 square feet each, with a rental of about $3,000 per month. These are presumably categorized as affordable housing. The project as proposed by the applicant looks like we will lose some affordable housing, not gain it. Mr. O'Hanlon's record, certainly in the Barron Park Green Acres area, is building homes for roughly $5 million on the Maybell property. So if that's what is intended here, unless the ADU and the junior ADU are required and are required to be affordable, we will be losing affordable housing. And I don't think that is the objective of the city. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Aram James, our final speaker. Welcome.
Thank you. So I agree with Joe Hirsch in every single respect, and I am grateful to him for bringing up these important points. So again, so first thing I agree with him about is the staff report. It is extraordinarily confusing. It's not sure at all. It's not clear at all what it's recommending that you all approve. So first, I think there needs to be clarity on what exactly is being proposed. Also, an analysis for an exception that was given struck me as odd, and also kind of the reverse. It's but I won't get into that because that's kind of legal nerd stuff. But importantly, I interpreted it the same way that Mr. Hirsch did, that the proposed project intends to knock down this cottage cluster, that currently has 4 cottages on it. And from what I understand from reading the comp plan and various news media is that cottage clusters are actually fairly important to our town of Palo Alto because, as Mr. Hirsch noted, they provide among the few affordable housing opportunities available in our city. And although the staff report cites local and state law, which theoretically prohibits developers from taking units off the market, nonetheless, it seems to smile on this proposal to destroy 4 affordable housing units and replace it with a MAC mansion similar to those on Maybell. It's truly irrational to argue that mansion with a JADU and an ADU present 3 housing opportunities when the studies that have been conducted show, to the extent they're available or done, that most people who own ADUs, to the extent most don't actually rent all of the ones they own out, and to the extent they do, it's often just a temporary rental. So this, I oppose the idea of knocking down these cottage clusters, which has been happening time and time again. There was a beautiful one on, I think, Cowper that just got destroyed, and it was gorgeous. We need to preserve. Part of housing policy is not just producing housing; it is preserving existing inventory, which is something that you all didn't do with Hotel President, and now you can do. So please don't not let these cottages be struck down. And although I don't theoretically object to subdividing this lot, I do object to taking housing off the market. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Aram James. Welcome.
Knowledgeable on the issues involved here, and I appreciate they've taught me a lot just in their 3-minute comments. I was just curious. I thought when the speaker for the development spoke that he indicated that once a 1-year lease lapses, it goes month to month. My feeling is, and my belief is, but you can check this with Project Sentinel that does the mediation for the city of Palo Alto. I believe they still do it. I know I mediated a landlord-tenant dispute with them about a year ago, and may face the same thing again soon for my son. But my question is, I think you still have to offer a 1-year lease the second time. You can't simply rely on being able to convert to a month to month and then boot the tenant out. So that's my question is, I always thought as a landlord myself that I got to offer a year each time. And secondly, I'm wondering whether this developer, it sounds like the previous tenants just kind of disappeared. I wonder whether they obtained relocation monies. And so generally, I'm not opposed to dividing properties. I think SB 9 offers a great opportunity for the community, but landlords have to be accountable to their tenants. And I'm wondering whether what was described earlier is showing integrity and accountability. And I apologize if I'm wrong on that, but I think you got to continue to offer new 1-year leases each time the 1-year lease expires. Let's check it out with Project Sentinel and see what the current state of the ordinance is in Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So why don't we now return to the council for any technical questions around that and defer our deliberation to next week. So do council members have any specific questions? Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, two quick questions. So I guess I saw a letter from the applicant asking for 2 driveways. Staff is suggesting 1 shared driveway. Is that a settled issue?
Ms. Foley, you want to respond to that?
In Mr. O'Hanlon's presentation, he indicated that he was content to maintain the existing driveway entrance and have it be one driveway, yes.
So would that be part of council's finding if they approve a lot split, or is that just separate?
It is currently incorporated into the draft conditions of approval. I can get the exact page number if we need that. Let's see. Yes, so on packet page 68, condition number 5 requires it to be incorporated into the parcel map. So this is a preliminary parcel map with exceptions. After this, if this project is to be approved, then the applicant then applies for the parcel map that would show that level of detail.
Okay. And then with Ms. Suma here, could you explain why the PTC voted against approval?
Sure. The PTC majority was uncertain why there was a request for the lot division in advance of a project, and felt like it would be better for the city and residents to have more specificity and have the two decisions merged together. I think that was the main reason. I don't think there was a lot of concern about the minor exceptions of this, lot width and those things. I don't think that was as big a concern. I think it was just not knowing what we were going to get and feeling uncertainty was the biggest issue.
But you weren't able to make the findings for the lot split?
Oh, we weren't able to make all the findings. I can go into detail about that if you'd like.
Yeah, I mean, quickly.
So, so the findings, sorry, let me get my glasses. So the preliminary parcel map findings, we weren't able to make 2, finding number 2, and then for the exception findings, we weren't able to make 2 and 4. And I think the findings for the preliminary parcel map findings were the most compelling in some ways. And that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, at least policies in our land use section that talk about the importance of diverse housing of all types, preserving small units, not recognizing the value of cottage clusters and minimizing displacement. And we felt like in the absence of knowing what we were going to get down the line, when the applicant is ready to come forward with an application for a project, we just didn't feel like we could make that finding. And the exception findings, since I was the one that made the motion, finding number 2 in the exceptions that this that the preservation and enjoyment of a substantial property right of the petitioner was at stake here didn't quite make sense to us, and we didn't feel that we could agree with staff on finding 4. Granting of the exception will not violate the requirements, goals, policies, or spirit of the law. Staff felt that it would facilitate rebuilding of the existing units, and we didn't think that was true because there was no plan at all, much less a plan to rebuild the existing units.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That's it for me.
Okay.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Lade, I'm wondering, on page 61 of the staff report states that the subdivision does not affect the likelihood of the cottage cluster typology changing in the future. I'm curious, does the staff recommendation change at all now, given the admission by the applicant that there would be no intention to retain that cottage cluster in the future and instead replace them with single family homes and ADUs?
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm just reading that passage here. Okay, and so I've read that. And your question again?
I wonder if the staff recommendation changes at all, given the applicant admitted just now that there would not be a plan to retain the cottage cluster, but instead replace them with 2 single-family homes and ADUs.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how big that played into staff's recommendation.
Yeah, so I guess what I'm reading in the staff report and in response to your question, I think there may be some nuance here. The subdivision itself does not result in a change to the cottage cluster. And so at that point, you have these two properties that are essentially functioning in the same capacity they are today. But if they were to be demolished and rebuilt along the lines that the applicant has suggested it could happen with a single family home, an ADU and a JADU, I do not believe that reflects the cottage cluster sort of typology that we have there today or elsewhere in the city.
Okay, thank you. And then, so regarding our comp plan policies, I know we have policies related to retaining current housing. Are they specific enough to prefer also retention of more naturally affordable housing?
So I'd have to take a look at the comp plan on on that point, but I think it's an important one that you've raised because it is not a deed restricted unit. It's not affordable housing in the context that we were talking about it with the previous study session item. But we often speak about housing as being affordable if it's older housing stock or a smaller unit size. So I'd have to search the comp plan to refresh my memory on any specific reference to that.
Yeah, that's fine. And since we'll be continuing this, I appreciate that answer before next week. And then one more question here. Is it possible under the conditions of approval to require some sort of affordability or displacement assurance by an applicant?
So I'm not sure about the displacement piece. I would look to Molly to help me out with that. And as far as the affordable housing component, the answer may be the same for both, in that the existing rules that apply to the property owner today, our municipal regulations would not require affordable housing to be a requirement. And I do not believe through the subdivision process, the city could make that a requirement since it's not set forth today. Similarly, I think the answer follows for displacement. If we do not have regulations in place to address that for this unit size, then I guess I would defer to Molly's advice on whether a condition of such can be imposed with the subdivision.
Right. We can look quickly at state affordable, state rent control law, which was amended recently, and whatever it says, regardless of what council might make as a finding. So the law applies to the extent that it applies. So I'll take a quick look and at that issue. I think we did have some discussion with council when SB 9 became something that localities needed to implement, about some desire for affordability requirements around either ADUs or additional units. And I think the advice that we gave, which I think is widespread in California, is that studies would be needed to support that. And I'm not aware that any jurisdiction has gone through that process or managed to successfully pursue that.
Okay. Yeah, I was just more curious if we were able to place specific conditions on approval here that would be more restrictive than under existing city code or state law.
So it depends.
Okay.
So we had some discussion about this afternoon. It depends on what council wants to do with your conditions. I would need to look at those two conditions, and I would just express some initial thought that is likely to be an uphill goal. Yeah.
appreciate that, and
Yeah.
glad we'll have the week then to maybe come up with some of these answers. Then, Mr. Mayor, real quick, if I may ask a question of the applicant. There you go. I understand you mentioned that the current rent of the cottages are about $4,000 a month, but mentioned that when the new owners purchased the property, the tenants moved out. I was curious, do you know how much the rents were when the property was purchased? I think you said last year.
I mean, they were approximately the same. When we purchased the property, one of the 4 units was actually occupied. After we closed that, one tenant moved out, and since acquiring the property, we were able to release each of the 4. So it's just a matter of timing. The previous owners had said that they experienced pretty regular rollover of the units, generally for 1-year increments. If I could address something, Ms. Summa, I think one of our disconnects with the PTC in not understanding what it was that we would propose and why this is, really such a very simple subdivision request is because of this layer of discretion that the city council has on granting this exception, because the lots are 120 and 670 feet more than the maximum of R1 lots. We just did not want to proceed with the soft costs of all the architectural and planning drawings that would go along with this before we would be able to get this exception granted on the subdivision.
Understood. Just sorry, directing you back to the question that I asked. So the rent was the same, was $4,000 when you purchased it.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so we're now coming on the scheduled ending time of this meeting and of this item, I should say. And so I'd like to entertain a motion to continue this item to a date certain of August 8th. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager?
That is correct. I did want to this is maybe getting a little ahead of the council, but make sure, since the ad hoc committee on the next item is aware that there is the likelihood that item number 10 on tonight's agenda will also be carried over to next week. So you have that awareness as you're considering laying this item over, which may necessitate moving another item or two from next week's agenda to a future agenda.
Thank you. So I will move continuation of this item to August 8th.
Second.
Second by Vice Mayor Koo. I see no lights. So would the clerk please call the roll?
Vice Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac.
No.
Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you. So we will now proceed to item number 10, which is an adoption of resolutions. First, placing a business tax on the November 2022 ballot. Second, placing a measure affirming the natural gas utility transfer on the November 2022 ballot. And third, establishing advisory spending guidelines for business tax proceeds. Yep. And Mr. City Manager, were you starting off?
Hi, good evening. Christine Peros, Assistant Director of Administrative Services. Tonight, we have two revenue measures before you that are important components of the city's continued progress and of fiscal sustainability. Next slide, please. This round of work began over a year ago, and tonight's presentation outlines the two revenue measures that are detailed in staff's report. On June 20th, the council directed staff to return with final documents that placed the business tax proposal and the measure to affirm the natural gas transfer on the November ballot. The staff report contains attachment A that outlines the business tax characteristics as directed by council on June 20th. The council established an ad hoc committee to continue discussions with the business community on the tax measure. The ad hoc committee met prior to and subsequent to the June 20th council meeting and was comprised of Mayor Burt, Councilmember Dubose, and Councilmember Philseth. Attachment B outlines an alternative to the council's directed tax structure where the monthly rate and the threshold for small businesses was changed. Finally, on June 13th, the council directed staff to return with a resolution to return with final documents to place the natural gas utility transfer on the ballot. Those documents can be found on attachment D. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the council-directed business tax elements for the proposed business tax. Should the council wish to place this structure on the ballot for November 2022 for voter consideration, the council would need to adopt the documents that are found on attachment A. Key elements of this ballot measure are a tiered monthly rate based on square footage and an exemption for small businesses for the first 5,000 square feet. The slide details all of those tax elements and estimated revenue is at 18 million. Next slide. This is the ad hoc's alternative tax structure. The key changes here are found with the star asterisks, which changes the monthly rate to 10 cents per square feet, and small businesses, the threshold being raised from 5,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet. This changes the estimated revenue for this potential tax measure from 18 million to 15.5. Should the council wish to place this measure on the ballot for November, it would be adopting the documents found in attachment B. Next slide. Right now, the business tax structure is structured as a general tax, which means that the proceeds would be used in for general government program and services. This resolution found on attachment C and directed by council that staff returned to you with clearly communicates to the voters the intended use for generated tax proceeds. The tax proceeds will be split equally among these three areas: public safety services, train crossing safety, and affordable housing and unhoused services. A similar resolution was adopted by the City Council outlining intended use for revenue generated by the 2014 and 2018 changes in the TOT rate. And this allocated tax proceeds to the investment and completion of the 2014 Council Infrastructure Plan. So because of that, the city has been successful at honoring its representation of use of those proceeds with the voters. Next slide. This slide quickly summarizes the affirmation of the natural gas ballot measure. Documents can be found on attachment D. The key elements of this measure are that it affirms a decades-old practice by the city to transfer funds from the gas fund to the general fund for general fund use. Most municipal utilities in California make similar transfers to fund governmental services and have successfully sought voter affirmation of these transfers. Next slide. This is remaining milestones. We're nearly at the end of this initiative. And the critical thing to keep in mind here is that the due date for the county registrar of voters is August 12th, and documents must be submitted to by then. It is important to note that once these documents are adopted by the council and submitted to the county registrar of voters, no further changes can be made. And as a reminder to the council, once the council takes a vote on these measures to place them on the ballot, the the staff will transition to a fact-based informational only position as in alignment with election laws. And next and final slide of our presentation, and to recap tonight's discussion and motion for the council. This will hopefully provide direction to staff to finalize the documents for the council's review to meet the due date for the county registrar of August 12th. The business tax decision, either the June 20 council directed, it found in attachment A, or the ad hoc alternative in attachment B. The resolution establishing the spending guidelines can be found in attachment C. And staff would like to note that this is not required to be submitted to the county registrar of voters. And finally, should the council wish to place the measure to affirm the natural gas transfer on the ballot, the council would need to adopt the documents that are found in attachment D. And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. And so over the last month, the ad hoc has met with staff several times, and we have some recommendations to the council for some adjustments that were mentioned in the report. Councilmember Du Bois, would you care to share with the council in more specifically the changes that we're recommending and the reasoning for doing so?
I wasn't prepared to do that.
Okay. Well, I'll take a crack at it. So one is that rather than having a couple step formula for the rates and where the first 5,000 square feet might be at one rate and 5 to 20,000 at a reduced rate. We are recommending that we instead, for clarity, have the first 10,000 square feet of all businesses be exempt. So it would cover virtually all small and moderate size retailers and small and moderate size businesses in general in the city. And then as part of that, the council had been looking at this two-step rate of 6 cents for the first period and then 12 cents. We're recommending a standard monthly rate of 10 cents a square foot. But I'm not seeing in the written recommendations the two-step of implementation of that 10 cent, which I thought was going to be a recommendation of the ad hoc. Did I miss that?
Mayor Burt, that is already in the ordinance in both the council direction from 620 as well as the ad hoc ordinance. So the initial rate would be effective on January 1st of 2023. And that would be the 50% level. And then the rate would go up to the full tax rate in January of 2020.
So are you saying that because the ordinance had a percentage that when we adjusted from 12 cents maximum to 10, we didn't need to change the ordinance, but in reality, that's a change on the recommendation that we're going 5 cents the first effective year and 10 cents the second step.
That's correct.
So I think that's an important distinction. And one other clarification that I was asked about, but we don't list it, I believe, because it is by state statute that nonprofits are all exempted, correct? So even though that's not one of our own exemptions specifically, it's automatically incorporated. So I think that summarizes the recommendations. I will add that we have continued to be clear to the coalition that we are open to further discussion on whether we might be able to find a mutually acceptable compromise on this, and we're still open to those discussions in just the next couple of days. One of the things, can staff also review the estimated revenue from attachment B, the ad hoc committee recommendations, and how that compares to the action that the council took on June 20th?
As a result of the two changes that we've discussed.
Can't hear you too well.
Oh, sorry. As a result of those changes, it decreases revenue from 18 million to 15.5 million.
To 15.5, you said?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
that's correct.
All right. So Councilmember Phil Seth.
Yeah, thank you very much. If I can just add a tiny bit of color to that. I think, as we went back and forth on the threshold, I think with 5,000 square feet, we exempt most of the restaurants in town and most of the smallest businesses. But there is also kind of a fair number of community serving retail businesses in the 5,000 to 10,000 square feet range. So if you look at Hassett Hardware, Palo Alto Bicycles, Mike's Bikes, that kind of scale of community retail is in there too. And so we thought that 10,000 square feet was a more appropriate target on that. Although I think the drop in revenue is concerning, and that's something probably the council ought to look at, whether 10 cents is actually the best number once we go to the 10,000 square foot threshold. And then the last thing I'd say is, a few of us spent some time this weekend walking around farmers markets, talking to people. And I can tell you there's a lot of community enthusiasm for this, including a few that thought it was not high enough, actually. So, I think that gave us, at least me anyway, some confidence that I think we're going down the right track here. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. So at this time, we'd like to go to members of the public, and we need to see how many folks would like to speak so that we can determine the amount of time for each. And any members of the public who wish to speak need to turn their cards in now, because we'll be cutting off submission of speaker cards. All right, given the number of speakers, we will allow 2 minutes per speaker. And our first speaker is Alex Kamsa in person, and we will end submission of speaker cards upon completion of his comments. Welcome. Pardon me? 2 minutes, yes, unfortunately.
Hi, I'm Alex Kamsa, and as you all know by now, I have entered the race for City Council. First, I would not support any BT proposal burdening businesses, especially small businesses. Also, my own small business, a single-member LLC, operates.
Can you move the mic a little closer to your mouth? Thank you.
Also, my own small business, a single-member LLC, operated out of my home office, is not affected by any of these proposals. Some highlights and comments on BT. The new 10K exemption would cover 95% of small businesses. EPA is charging at least twice as much as Palo Alto. The San Francisco BT total about 3,100 per employee, while our current proposal is around 150. Based on my math, the proposed BT equates roughly 0.1% of the overall expenses for a business like Neiman Marcus. There's 1 penny for every $10. Large businesses would pay about 1% of their rent. This is close to nothing compared to the overall rent, which has been increasing by 5% per year since 2010. Why do we need a BT in place now? For a business like Neiman Marcus, 90% of their clients are non-Palo Alto residents, including international buyers. So 90% of the proposed BT is actually being funded by non-Palo Alto residents. If Palo Alto doesn't have a BT in place and surrounding cities do, we are essentially funding BTs of our surrounding cities. BT funds will be partially used for affordable housing. There is no perfect BT system. But this BT proposal is progressive and very generous for businesses. In fact, the 5% cap increase could be higher since current inflation is higher. So this is a good compromise. Everyone supports housing these days, especially affordable housing. So I hope that everyone who claims that will actually join me in supporting this new BT proposal. If I get elected, I will work with city council members to reach a consensus on issues like BT. Therefore, I would lead to a more united, decisive, and efficient CC. If you have any questions regarding my analysis, I would be happy to elaborate more. I can be reached at contact@votealexcomsa.com. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I see that we have a group of speakers, 5 cardholders: Paul Machado, Joe Hirsch, Mary Gallagher, and Joanne Mandovich, I believe, wanting to speak as a group and having Greg Schmidt represent them. Is that correct? And you have up to 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of PAZ, Palo Altans for Sensible Zoning. The details of the business tax proposal you're discussing tonight are important, but don't let the details get in the way of articulating the essential issue. Businesses must pay their fair share of local taxes. There are 2 overriding points that must be made. Point number 1, Palo Alto has the highest construction concentration ratio of jobs of almost any city in the country. There are 3 jobs in the city for every employed resident. That puts them equivalent to the borough of Manhattan in New York and Washington, D.C., well ahead of San Francisco and every other city in the Bay Area. Concentrated job centers need a variety of local government services. Point number 2, Palo Alto businesses pay only about 1/3 of the cost of local government. It is residents who pay the bulk of local government costs through property taxes, parcel taxes, sales taxes, fees, and the cost of inclusionary zoning for new housing. Part of this discrepancy is unique to California. Property taxes are the basis of all local government revenues for cities, counties, schools, community colleges. Before Prop 13, businesses in Palo Alto paid 50% of property taxes. Today, they pay less than 1/3. The consequences? Regional and state planners are focusing future Bay Area job growth where businesses prefer to operate, in already jobs-rich areas. This means housing growth will take place on some of the highest priced lands in the country with high construction costs. In addition to the highest price housing, residents and workers will be asked to pay escalating costs for transportation, improvements, affordable housing costs for support workers, safety and security personnel, and needed infrastructure. I thought the chambers would be filled tonight with smart business leaders and professional economists who would argue that they believe in the benefits of concentrated job growth and that they would be more than willing to pay a fair share of the public cost needed for concentrated growth to succeed. Putting the burden on residents would hurt their own workers. Where are the representatives of a rational, logical business community who acknowledge the critical need to pay a fair share. In fact, why aren't representatives of Stanford University here tonight? With their $40 billion endowment, they should be actively participating and contributing a fair share to local government costs. Yale just agreed with New Haven to provide $20 million a year to the city to offset the city's costs needed to support their tax-exempt properties. Why aren't the beneficiaries of concentrated jobs growth out in force expressing their willingness to pay their fair share of local government costs to make concentrated growth work effectively? Thank you, Council, for your time and efforts to keep Palo Alto a prosperous and livable community.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Nadia Nyack, to be followed by Bob Moss. Welcome.
Thanks. Good evening. I am the former chair of the expanded community advisory panel on grade separations, but I'm speaking for myself. And so as someone who's really been following this issue, I want to support the business tax wholeheartedly. It's a modest tax. It's in line with our neighbors around the Bay Area. And I think you've done everything you can to really ensure that we're protecting our local businesses. And so I thank you for that. Silicon Valley Leadership Group helped us pass Measure B and helped us with Measure RR. And that has helped with transit funding and Caltrain. And I really hope that as part of the coalition, they will come to the table and help us get this passed, or at least not oppose us. I understand we may not be friends, but we don't need to be enemies on this. And I really hope they'll come to the table. The local funding for grade separations is needed to match Measure B dollars and pursue federal funding. And this tax will help us achieve our long-term goal of trying to create a safe environment in the city and obviously separate the trains from the cars, pedestrians, and bikes. Unfortunately, in recent weeks, we've been reminded again of just how dangerous the track access is in our community, and we need to do everything we can to fund means restrictions. Grade separations will also be the single biggest improvement we can make to reduce traffic congestion by eliminating the need to wait for Caltrain, particularly when Caltrain service increases. This helps residents, but it also helps businesses. It helps everybody. It helps our environmental goals. This helps a lot of things. As a Palo Alton and a local advocate, I've heard lots of different groups who are advocating building more housing in Palo Alto, but they seem to disagree on how and where and what form of housing should be built. It seems to me that the one narrow area of agreement among all of these groups is that there is not enough housing and that the city needs to help pay for part of that housing. And this would help with that fund. So as someone who has agreed to volunteer on the business tax campaign, I look forward to working with all the folks who've been fighting for affordable housing to help with this common ground thing and see if we can do something good and just kind of move some stuff forward. And so I would just say to you tonight, please say yes on the business tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bob Moss, to be followed by Terry Holzheimer.
Thank you, Mayor Burton. It's long overdue for Palo Alto to have a business tax. We're one of the few cities in California that doesn't have one. Even residential cities like Atherton and Los Altos Hills have a business tax. So let's get to work on that and pass such a tax. Now, I have a couple of comments about the proposal. I think that the rate for larger businesses is too low. Instead of being 12 cents a square foot, I think it should be at least 15. Second, I think that we should be considering reducing slightly the threshold where there's no tax, perhaps to 4,000 square feet. I realize some people will say, well, that hurts small businesses, but there are also commercial businesses in the 5,000 to 8,000 square foot range, which should be paying their taxes. Then I think we should be telling the public that it's important to collect this tax because businesses create expenses. They create property tax problems. They create the jobs, which create the jobs housing imbalance. There are public safety problems. If you look at the daily report in the Post on where the crimes are, they're almost all in business districts, and a number of them are business break-ins. Stanford Shopping Center has had a a significant increase, for example, in crime in the last few months. So it's important that we recover the costs to the community by taxing businesses. I think also there might be a consideration for increasing the tax rate for the very large businesses, perhaps those for 25,000 square feet, and there aren't very many of them. For those businesses, maybe we want to talk about 25 to 30 cents a square foot. Finally, I think we were telling the public that the money is being used for the community services to offset the cost that businesses are impacting on the community.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Terry Holzmer, to be followed by Aram James. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm here tonight, excuse me. I'm here tonight also on behalf of the Palo Altans for Sensible Zoning organization, which truly has supported and keeps supporting the concept of a business tax that is critically important to our city's future. Ever since Proposition 13 was enacted, it's true that the percentage of tax paid to cities by commercial entities has been decreasing, while the percentage of taxes paid by residents has been increasing. The key issue is whether you believe businesses, especially large commercial businesses, should be paying their fair share of city services, such as police and fire, or residents should pay for it, especially helping those businesses. I think it's time that they pay their fair share. As mentioned earlier tonight about the Fry's site, this tax would also help to support affordable housing, and at the same time would also improve our safety of our rail crossings, which is essential to our children who go to school. I sincerely believe it's time for a business tax, which is all cities or most Bay Area cities have, and it's long overdue. It's fair for businesses to pay their fair share. And it's time for residents to know that everyone in their city who comes there on a daily basis is paying their part. Please vote yes on a business tax. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aram James, to be followed by Todd Burke. Welcome.
So for Molly Stump, I would really like to understand why I think it's the Marion Green case versus the city of Palo Alto, $12.6 million to be refunded to residents for monies that the city decided should go to a general fund. And thus far, Ms. Green has won for the consumers, but the delay by the city in paying those funds out to the residents, I'm wondering what the legal costs. I know the California Public Records Act, Molly, can you give me the current amount through the month of July that's been spent in legal costs to delay that litigation so that the $12.6 million that the city owes to the consumers is actually way, way higher when we weigh in the legal costs. As far as the business tax goes, I was reading a long piece in the New York Times opinion section on the state of Alabama and how, years ago they built in zero taxes, essentially the most minimum possible, and what in their constitution instead of having enslavement, they decided, well, they would do it through their constitution. And man, is there a lot of poverty because the people are expected to pay for even for the toilet papers for the public schools. So yes, I'm in big time fan of the idea of this business tax, but boy, it seems like it's a moving target and that the Chamber of Commerce and the business folks are outspending us and maybe outthinking us, unless it's really, really clear how business taxes are going to be applied and that small businesses aren't hurt. It's going to be a real hard contest to pass it. So clarity, 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 like you're giving a closing argument to a jury and you want a verdict for your side. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Todd Burke, to be followed by Mirko Horst. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt and council members. One of the things that
I'm speaking on behalf of myself this evening with just some observations that I've learned about business on California avenues, since I frequent many of those, and in conversations with people around Palo Alto. I feel like actually there's I haven't heard a single individual indicate that they would be excited about a tax, business or otherwise, relevant to what I've just sort of heard on the street. But also, there's a bit of concern that if you look around Palo Alto, there's a significant amount of commercial property that's just vacant, and there's a bit of a lack of vibrancy. And I've done some work in the past in economic development, and it's difficult to there's so many different things that go into selling a business or selling a business on a particular community and locating in that community. And one of the things that I really hope the council does before any tax is decided, if a tax is decided, that they spend a bit more time taking a look at the economic development implications. And if it's deemed to potentially make a business decision to locate in Palo Alto, and maybe there are some that don't want that, but I can't imagine that would be the case. I really hope that the council does take a much deeper look into the economic development ramifications. Santa Clara had a business tax on, was deciding whether or not to put a business tax on the ballot. And I think a couple of weeks ago, they decided to postpone that. So maybe after some analysis of economic development considerations, that might be a possibility too. So I hope all sides of that are looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mirko Horst, to be followed by Shashank Joshi.
Hi, yeah, I understand the sensitivity around this topic. I just wanted to highlight the fact that square foot is not the only indicator for business size. And I ask in the name of the business of my wife and other small business to consider as well exceptions for small businesses and service businesses, which have actually more than 5,000 square foot, but have restriction from the city with very limited occupancy. So that's my request. Thanks.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shashank Joshi, to be followed by Cedric Pito de la Bourgedière.
Mr. Mayor, it looks like Shashank Joshi does not want to speak after all.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Cedric Pito de la Bourgedière, to be followed by Jonathan Ehrman.
Hello, good evening, Council. I support the option B, the amended business tax with an increased threshold to exempt more small and medium businesses. I appreciate that a third of the revenues would go to transportation, a topic that's important to me. I believe that's important to the city and meeting our climate goals. I'm concerned that the language that's proposed seems to imply, however, that most of that transportation, or all of it perhaps, of the transportation funding would go to grade separation. And I would hope that some of the transportation dollars would go to broader programs aimed at decreasing the share of single occupancy cars and increasing biking and walking, improving bike connections, as well as support groups like the Palo Alto Transportation Management Authority, which has programs offering transit passes to low-wage workers, and new programs which will incentivize and facilitate bike and e-bike ridership. I also strongly support using funds to support housing and services for the unhoused. And I support the measure to clarify and authorize the practice of transferring funds from the utility to the city's general fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonathan Ehrman, to be followed by Mary Gloner. Welcome.
Hi, this is Jonathan Ehrman. I wanted to say I think you should go ahead with these measures. I think you need to be clear in pointing out to people that they don't go into effect
immediately with the business tax. Constantly, people constantly say, well, now isn't the time. But you should point out that, in fact, if voters approve this, it will not be immediately. It doesn't start tomorrow. And groups like the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, which is really just a lobbying group for large businesses, they will never be happy with anything that you propose. When it comes to taxes, their policies, stated very clearly on their website, are very conservative, very regressive. They stand for, keeping the corporate tax rate as low as possible, not having businesses pay any more than they absolutely have to. So I frankly see how it would be very difficult to get them on board. Nevertheless, they represent some of the largest corporations in the country. They're not really a local interest group, and the focus on this needs to be on our local interests. This is our city, and this is sources of revenue that the city clearly needs. Witness the fact that 2 years ago we said we didn't have enough money to fund crossing guards at schools. So unfortunately, although groups like the Silicon Valley Leadership Group have unlimited funds which they will pour against it, because that is their mindset and their philosophy, frankly, we just need to push back against them and say, well, no, your opinion here doesn't count, because it doesn't. They really should be considered an irrelevant group. This is about Palo Alto. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Gloner, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Burt and council member. Just a point of order, Dr. Shashank Joshi mistakenly lowered his hand. He didn't realize the protocol is to keep it up.
Then we'll go ahead and add him back on. Thank you.
You're welcome. So my name is Mary Gloner. I'm the CEO of Project Safety Net, a community coalition founded 12 years ago here in Palo Alto, which is dedicated to youth mental well-being, suicide prevention, and resiliency. I'm here to express appreciation for putting forward a timely business tax resolution where the proposed funds will be invested in services that foster protective factors for our young people, as well as advance Project Safety Net's vision of a community where youth and young adults feel safe, supported, and accepted. For the transportation and safe rail crossing funding, I do ask the council to go beyond gridlock and bicycle safety, as previously mentioned by Ms. Nyack, to also include the impact to means restriction to lethal self-harm, especially knowing this city's history of deaths along the railway. Project Safety Net's over 50 partners, including its means restriction advisory group, are available to you to serve as a resource to support these cities' priorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Shashank Joshi, to be followed by Rebecca Eisenberg. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Burt. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you. So just to add to what Mary just shared and Ms. Nyack, I strongly support this as a parent in the community, as a taxpayer, as a faculty member, and as someone representing the Herd Alliance, which is the coalition that was started in 2009 after we first experienced this series of tragedies at the train tracks that involved the loss of life through intentional means. And I really like this because it not only outlines a fair share for large businesses, it protects the smaller businesses. And in addition to the other two stated priorities for the funding, this will really allow for the safe modernization of our train crossings that will come from electrification. But to do this properly and to be able to ensure we can have safety, it will cost money. Not only for grade separation, but until we get there, which will be some time. We know from a lot of study in the means restriction subgroup of Project Safety Net that the evidence shows the most effective measures include enhancements to, for example, the IDS system that we have now, the intrusion detection system, proper fencing with winglets on both sides of Alma right now. As you know, we have the west side of Alma fenced properly. We have nothing or very inconsistently fenced on the east side, and proper signage that encourage help seeking and allow for two-way communication for anyone who may be on the Caltrain right-of-way. The best way to bring Caltrain to the table and cost share is to bring an organized and well-financed campaign that funds the means restriction measures that have evidence to prove their effectiveness in suicide prevention and trespassing mitigation. So thank you very much for the time and for the thoughtful consideration to establish a business tax.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rebecca Eisenberg, to be followed by Hamilton Hitchings. Welcome.
Both measures constitute different types of fraud on our voting public, and they're unfair. Because I agree that we urgently need a business tax to support community services and to require big business to pay its fair share, I strongly oppose this proposed unconstitutional tax, a regressive tax that lets our biggest businesses, biggest employers, and billionaire landlords completely off the hook. How did we get here? As far as I can tell in the record, the business tax first was proposed, like East Palo Alto's, Mountain View's, and everywhere else's, a tax on the wealthiest landlords, property owners, and most successful and profitable businesses. But then appeals are made in the public record by John Schenck and other billionaire landlords who claim that there is no difference between taxing billionaire landlords than there is in taxing tenants. Well, Mr. Schenck is wrong, and there is no Supreme Court of California or federal state decision that upholds any tax on tenants' office size. And that is because there is no nexus at all between the size of an office and the profitability, meaning the ability to pay, and usage, meaning number of employees of companies. This tax is likely unconstitutional on those grounds. And because this tax is regressive, it is by definition, because it has a cap, it is by definition regressive. Meanwhile, there are ample examples of cities that know how to tax big business, including East Palo Alto and Mountain View. In those two cities, the biggest businesses and most wealthy landlords pay up to 90% of the business revenues. Here, they pay a small fraction. You have time to fix this tax to a big business tax, not a small business tax. Please do it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hamilton Hitchings, to be followed by Adina Levin. Welcome.
The business tax is a modest tax on large businesses. How modest? It's about 1% of the total rent businesses pay each year, whereas business rents in Palo Alto have been increasing on average 5% per year. All of the following are exempt from this tax: small businesses based on square footage, grocery stores, nonprofits, and residential uses. Not exempt are large companies like VMware, Tesla, and Palantir, who did very well during the pandemic and continue to thrive. Nearly every Bay Area city except Palo Alto has a business tax. This tax would be half the amount of East Palo Alto's. Businesses need to pay their fair share. Businesses and residents used to each pay half of the property taxes, but now businesses only pay a third due to a loophole businesses have been exploiting in Prop 13. These businesses and employees use city services like roads, police, and fire. We need this tax to fund affordable housing, public safety, and trains crossing safety. Either that, or residents would need to approve a further tax on themselves to pay for the current level in fire police that will have to be cut in 2 years otherwise. I believe the ad hoc's alternate business tax measure, attachment B, is more favorable to small and medium businesses by raising the exempt square footage to 10,000 square feet, so I support that. Please join us in supporting this necessary, modest tax increase on large businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adina Levin, to be followed by Keith Reckdahl. Welcome.
Friends of Caltrain, which is a nonprofit organization focused on stable funding and successful modernization of Caltrain as part of a regional public transportation network accessible to all. We generally support funding for public transportation, including grade separations, and for affordable housing near transit with local support. Over time, we've supported funding measures, including Measure B in Santa Clara County, Measure W in San Mateo County, and Measure RR, which kept Caltrain running during the pandemic and provides a stable source of funding. And we have steered volunteers to these ballot measures, helping getting them passed. And additionally, we generally support progressive revenue mechanisms that are structured to protect small businesses. And for example, we supported Mountain View's Measure P per employee tax. Given these principles, we're supportive of Palo Alto's direction to seek voter approval for a square footage-based tax on businesses in the version that exempts the smaller sites, with the goals for providing funding for affordable housing and local match funding for grade separations, which is extreme. In addition, we would support the use of these funds over time to support Transportation Management Association programs, as Cedric mentioned, that provide access to sustainable transportation for workers who are not covered by major employer transportation demand management. These investments help reduce car traffic and pollution and improve mobility. Over time, we have worked alongside Silicon Valley Leadership Group and other business groups that have supported funding for public transportation and affordable housing, and appreciate the important role that they have played in supporting the public infrastructure needed for a prosperous and healthy society. We do support good faith negotiations to bring business community and other stakeholders together in the interest of avoiding a costly and divisive campaign. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Keith Rechtall, to be followed by Andy Reid. Welcome.
Thank you. Tonight I'm speaking only for myself. I believe this tax is fair and appropriate and provides significant community benefits while minimizing impacts to businesses. A generation ago, city taxes were evenly split between businesses and residents. Today, residents pay a significant majority of the city's taxes. This proposed tax doesn't even come close to leveling the playing field. Some people have claimed that this tax will chase businesses from the city. The proposed business tax is relatively small, on the order of 1% of rent, which is much smaller than the rent increases that have historically occurred each year. If businesses are chased out of Palo Alto, it'll be because of landlords' rent increases, not because of this tiny tax. This business tax will provide funding for affordable housing, improved transportation, and improved public safety staffing. A large reason these areas need improving is because of the impacts from businesses. It is only fair that the businesses help pay for these costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andy Reid, to be followed by our final speaker, Alan Kaiser. Welcome.
Thank you. As Palo Alto plans ahead for federal stimulus dollars stopping at the end of the second year, which is upon us, and city budgeters remind us there's serious concern about running out of money. Now is absolutely the time.
Oh, we lost you there.
Now is absolutely the time to look at where revenues are coming from. And is the burden fairly shared? Thanks to the city council members for coming up with a fair and sensible tax on large businesses to right the ship. Are large businesses paying their fair share? Why do virtually all other cities in the Bay Area have a business tax and we don't? Why should only property owners, hotel visitors, and anyone purchasing goods in town be the majority tax contributors to the city's coffers? Do those payers reflect the spectrum of users of city services? I was surprised to learn that employees exceed residents in a ratio of 10 to 7. Yet residents pay the bulk of property taxes collected by the city, almost 70%. Additionally, many large high-tech e-businesses who aren't moving widgets out the door can get around paying the sales tax that downtown retailers collect and pay. Shouldn't all businesses be participating equitably in underwriting the cost to run the city where they are based? The city of Palo Alto provides the magical name, where gloriously tree-lined streets and a lovely walkable downtown sits in the heart of Silicon Valley, an address where venture capitalists can charm investors. And yet up to now, there's been no price put on the costs our city incurs to host this significant commercial footprint. We can't let big businesses to flood our mailboxes with self-serving propaganda, sway the vote, or to sway your decision tonight. The decision needs to be up to the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Alan Kaiser. Welcome.
Hello. Am I through?
On. Yes. Go
Okay.
ahead.
Hi. Hello. My name's Alan Kaiser. I'm a resident homeowner who's lived in Palo Alto my whole adult life. I'm an avid walker who spends several hours a day walking my dogs. I know just about every corner, nook, and cranny of Palo Alto, witnessing to what I see daily in the real world on the ground. I am also an elected executive officer of the Santa Clara County Libertarian Party and a founder of several startup companies. Over my life, I've witnessed many important changes to our town, from the renovation of the city dump, the fitful work on restoring the Baylands, redevelopment in Whiskey Gulch, the community centers at Mitchell, Rinconada, Coverly, the degradation of University Avenue and the dramatic fall of live retail, the expense and effects of the questionable new parking garage and police stations on California Street. Today, we discuss putting a new business tax on the November ballot. Paraphrasing words of the proposed ordinance, to be able to have money to provide the people of Palo Alto with the services the city manager has determined we want. The role of the California municipality institution in providing the kinds of results people want has never been more in question. We face a time of often destructive hyperpartisanship and competing streams of influence, from Valley Water District to ABAG housing quotas. The California State Authority has for the moment adopted a position at the extreme heavy government left in the hyperpartisan divide, leaving municipalities to respond as we will, as increasingly the center of authority in San Francisco and Sacramento have gone out on an extremist limb or to find our own way as a unique and forward-thinking and self-governed village. Others point out the terrible timing of this new tax. Just after the twin hurricanes of COVID lockdowns and disruptions, facing record inflation and recession. What we need to ask is this: what is the city thinking in putting a whole new and not insignificant burden on businesses at this particular time?
You need to wrap up, please.
Okay, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we'll return to council, and I think to try and frame our discussion, I'd like to seek any feedback or questions on the ad hoc committee recommendations that we reviewed earlier, to see if there is a council majority that would support adoption of those changes, and then any other discussions that we'd like to have on issues, including whether we, at this point in time, want to continue with two measures, the gas transfer fee ballot measure on the ballot, as well as the business tax, or only one of the two. So Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Byrd. First question is for staff. Does the transient occupancy tax have a sunset date?
No, it does not.
Okay. We're obviously struggling with the rate, right? Should it be 5 or 10 or 6 or 12? Should it be for a half or 2 years? When should it implement? And I wonder if we could look to the precedent we've already established with the transient occupancy tax and pick a lower rate. And if we need to increase it later, come back and do that. If it's acceptable, and if we find that that's the level of funding that we really need. I feel like we're kind of locked into, the framework that we've got here. So I just think we should step back and think if perhaps the method we've used before might be the right one to use again. And under alternate attachment B, the ad hoc's new proposal, what is the maximum amount that an employer would pay in the city? Do we know that?
We would have to look that
up. Okay. And did the ad hoc, I didn't really get a sense of the new proposal of whether or not it came about as a result of an agreement, or if it's a recommendation that does not consist of an agreement with the business community. Could the ad hoc clarify that?
Yeah, so the business community has not elected to engage or negotiate with the ad hoc or city staff over the last month. And so this recommendation is out of the ad hoc committee itself.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And then I just do have a few technical questions since we're getting close to making some of these decisions. Packet page 119 assumes that the CPI will always go up. I realize we're in a period of inflation, but is this written in a way that if there is a decrease, if there's actual deflation, that would be implemented, or has anyone contemplated that?
The tax as structured would allow for the council to choose to adjust the rate as long as it's a downward adjustment. So there isn't an automatic trigger in the ordinance should inflation go negative. However, again, council could make that choice as long as it's a reduction in rate, not an increase in rate.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. And then with respect to the resolution, one of the, now I'm on page 132, one of the public speakers alluded to this about transportation. You know, I just want to be clear that even though it says grade separation in here, isn't it right that the council, when and if these funds come in, could choose to use transportation funds on a shuttle system or the TMA or, you know, a bike lane, that sort of thing? Is that right?
So ultimately, the council has authority through the budget process to make decisions on expenditure of the funds. This advisory spending guidelines is a commitment, if adopted by this council, it is a commitment of the council as to what you would intend to spend the funds for.
Okay.
If I could add just one additional point to that. We do have multiple moving parts here, and including, again, the definition as described in the resolution, as well as potentially any changes you make relative to one measure versus two measures. So I just want to flag that as something that we may want to come back to make sure that expectations of what the resolution states are consistent with the follow-up you'd expect from staff in the future.
Okay, well, I would just say that I would like, for one, would like to see the transportation section of the resolution written more broadly. I think it's overly specific, and I think we have broader needs. And then finally, you know, we've had trouble in the past with appeals, challenges, penalties, interest in some arrangements. And I see there's a great deal of detail in here about the administrator, the penalties, challenges, appeals, interest. Could staff just reassure me that all lessons have been learned and we've chatted with other jurisdictions, and, you know, this is being structured in a way that protects the city and also gives people a reasonable way to challenge their assessment?
Absolutely. It's in the city's interest to allow taxpayers who believe that the tax has not been calculated correctly to raise that appeal through a vigorous administrative process before going to court. And so we have drafted all those steps in there to allow that to occur.
Okay, so I just want to say thanks for what was clearly a great deal of work. I see I'm over time. Just to respond to the mayor's other question about multiple measures. You know, I remain convinced that putting the utility transfer on is a priority. And I think the data reflects that is likely to pass. So I'm not going to be supportive of not moving forward with that. I don't know what to say about deciding tonight on attachment B. I remain nervous if the business community is opposed to it. So that's why I threw out the idea of maybe we start at a lower level and then we come back in a couple years if we need to modify it.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, so just
one quick question. So could staff clarify what are the exemptions under state law to a square footage tax? I mean, I know we discussed it months ago, but we haven't talked about it recently.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Du Bois, just one clarification in the question. The underlying tax structure that is before the council would be a business tax. And so following business tax state law is what would identify the businesses that would be exempt. It wouldn't matter necessarily what unit of measure. That being said, I think Christine probably knows them. As the mayor noted, nonprofits is one of them, but there are a few others.
Educational, hospital, financial institutions as well.
So banks and financial.
Yes.
I just wonder if, again, we've discussed this internally, but that's not currently included anywhere in the ballot measure language, is it?
So if you're referring to the ballot question, that's limited to 75 words. So it's really a high level item with the key features of the tax. It's very limited what can be communicated in those 75 words. So no, those state law exemptions are not repeated. We
but
did
in the resolution itself.
We did not make them a part of this voter approved ordinance except to state that exemptions from the tax include businesses exempted by state or federal law. We didn't unpack that and describe those exemptions. And one reason not to do that is that state and federal law can change. And so what we're trying to do there is recognize the overriding effect of both the state legislature and the federal legislature to create exemptions, but not make it bigger or smaller, including any future changes they may make.
Okay, I understand what you're saying there. It's just important, I think, for people to realize there are these other exemptions we really haven't mentioned in a while.
So that communication could be provided through an explanatory document on the side. I think that would be what I would recommend if you feel that's important, with the caveat that we're not tax advisors and businesses should consult their own tax counsel.
Right. Okay. So just a little more color on the ad hoc. We reached out multiple times to multiple people during the summer. And, I think we indicated a willingness to move in June when we unilaterally changed the tax, where we added the tiering, we removed the CPI rollover, we added the sunset, we've been adjusting the tax rate and phasing in the implementation over several years. And there was no interest in the business leadership to engage. And it's unfortunate, we went weeks with their, we asked multiple times. And so now we're at the point where we have a day or two left. I mean, technically the deadline is August 12th. And well, I'd like to leave the door open for a last minute agreement. I do think we need to finalize what our default plan is tonight. We could allow discussion to continue tomorrow and possibly Wednesday morning with the ad hoc. But I think we need to be done in time to make the packet for next Monday. I think this is too big of an issue for the public not to be informed by a staff report. And so, I don't think we have all week to talk about this. And my assumption tonight is, and again, what we've been told by the Business Alliance is they would oppose both measures, the gas transfer and the tax. And, that has to be our assumption tonight, barring a last minute kind of breakthrough. And so I just say on the ad hoc, we did look at these various options. I think we felt that actually removing the tier and going to 10,000 square feet was a simplification of the tax. I think some of the comments on council in June where, we were getting more and more complicated. And so at 10,000 square feet, we're excluding over 50% of Palo Alto's businesses. So I think we're excluding all small business, you could easily say. I think even among the ad hoc, there was some disagreement on the final tax level. and we were kind of discussing different scenarios and values based on whether we could get agreement or not have agreement. So I'm still at the 12-cent level with the 10,000 foot exclusion if we don't have an agreement with the business community. I think if they would agree, I would accept the 10 cents. But I'm also at a place where I think we have to do the business tax without the gas transfer. And again, if we want to leave this door open for discussing this next Monday, I'd suggest that we have the discussion of the gas transfer be an action item next Monday. And then finally, I'd say I don't support broadening the uses. I think we've honed what we wanted this funding to go to over several meetings. We know that grade separations are going to consume the transportation funds for many years. And I think, again, one of the feedback we got from the polling was we need to be specific. And I feel like, we finally gotten to the point where we're being fairly specific about this resolution of our intention of how to spend these funds. So, I'd be willing to make a motion at the proper time. I know it's a big item, but so I'll stop there. But, if you come around, I'd like to make a motion at one point.
Great. I'll just make a few comments. First, I think that the needs that we've identified and the uses of the tax are really important. In affordable housing, we have both several major projects that are at different stages of the pipeline, and we have expended all of our affordable housing funds. And the mandates for affordable housing under the state requirements and our RENA allocations are not only 6,000 housing units for the city, but really about 3,000 that need some form of subsidy in Palo Alto. And we simply do not have the resources or even close to the resources to do that. And that's not having the resources to come up with our local share of each of these projects, because the way that they're typically funded is it's a combination of a nonprofit and philanthropies, and then often state and federal dollars, but it's founded on a local share contribution, like we've did on the Wilton Court, like we did with Buena Vista, like we have done even on the teacher housing on the courthouse. So in most of those circumstances, there's a requirement of a local share. And then we have this critical Life Moves project that we are anxiously awaiting hearing from the state, hopefully within days on the capital funding through the home key funding group. But the city actually committed $1 million a year for 7 years for operations, because that transitional housing project requires real full wraparound services to transition people from being unhoused to being permanently housed and really able to be back on their feet. And that means medical services, social, even food services to transition people. And that's what our share, along with the county, again, we are able to leverage resources to do that. On transportation funding, with the focus being on grade separations, we are right now in approximately a 5-year period of unprecedented federal funding opportunities, as well as the greatest state funding opportunities that we've ever seen for grade separations. And it's imperative that we have on the ready our local share funding, so that as we settle on final designs, we become immediately eligible for these very large state and federal dollars on top of the Measure B dollars we have. We need our local share dollars. And then lastly, in public safety, we as a council in June made the decision to restore to full strength our police department. And that's a police department that also now has what are called our PERT and trust programs that were funded via grants that provide social workers and psychiatric care workers. One of the most progressive programs now in the state in terms of providing supplemental services to help those who are actually in need. And I think it's an undertold story about the great breakthroughs there, but it requires a complementary services of the downtown special team, and really, frankly, our community is looking for us to restore all of our police and fire services that were cut in 2020 because of the severe budgetary impacts of the pandemic. And we, in the fire department, we had brownouts in our fire station in the Stanford Research Park. We received the federal SAFER grant, a 3-year grant, a year ago. That also runs out in 2 years. So the public, police positions that we restored, we had enough funding from remaining federal dollars and short-term surpluses that we were able to fund them for 2 years. And we do not project adequate funding beyond that to continue those positions without this revenue stream. I also just want to note, actually, Santa Clara is going forward, is my understanding, with their business tax, and that is an increase on top of an already existing business tax. And I do want to note that the effective dates of our tax are important because there would be no tax collection until January of 2024, and the full tax rate wouldn't be until 2025. So this is a longer term measure. It's a modest measure, a little over 1% of the average office rent in Palo Alto. And so I think that combination of factors is really one where we're proposing something that we have already reduced very significantly. And so the concern of Councilmember Cormack that we start modestly, I think we agree, and that's what we've proposed here. We're starting with a compromise really from what we had been looking at previously. And so I think we have a balanced measure and a reasonable measure going forward that meets some really important community needs. Vice Mayor Coop.
I want to thank the ad hoc committee for all the work that they've done. I do have a question for Madam Attorney regarding the resolution adopting advisory spending guidelines. I see it's 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. Now, if a future council decides to change the funding of 1/3 or of a certain amount to something else besides what we've indicated here, what is the number of votes in order to change? Is it supermajority, majority?
Right, that's a simple majority. A majority of council through the budget process ultimately has to make the decisions each year to allocate the funds.
The 1/3, 1/3 specifically to those buckets that is indicated in this resolution every year through the budget process.
Yes, so the proceeds from this tax will it's a general tax, so the proceeds are placed in the general fund. This resolution is a communication, a commitment of this council to the public about how you intend to spend the funds. But that decision in practice is made every year by the council when it's exercising its budget setting authority.
And just simple majority.
Simple majority, correct.
Thank you.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Let me share my screen here. Since we last met on this topic, one thing that's happened, and I'm not sure if everyone saw this. Let me try to share this article. Can you guys see my screen? Okay, so basically, oh my God, all these commercials. Okay, well, anyways, basically, if you look at the latest Reuters, right, we have officially had a second quarter decline of gross domestic product in a row, which technically means a recession. So the US economy is now in a recession. I know the mayor had doubts that the recession might happen, but it looks like we're in a recession now, at least technically. We're also officially in the bear market. And so it's, you know, I think this should give us some pause about, is this the right time? Do we want to be pounding on our businesses at this point in time? It seems like a very precarious time to be doing this. You know, if you look at our utility tax, most of it, actually, a majority of it is actually paid by businesses right now. This is already kind of a form of business tax. And, you know, it's not like we have a small budget. I mean, the most recent budget is about $1 billion. It's huge. If you look at per capita, almost by any measure, it is a lot of money. You know, we spent, what, hundreds of $millions on a new police station. Was that really necessary? You know, we're thinking about doing this homeless shelter, but it's going to be a lot more expensive than the same equivalent in Mountain View. Why is that? So I think we have to spend within our means. We already have a very, very big budget. I think that what Councilman Cormack said is correct. I think perhaps we should just think about doing the utility tax. That makes sense. The polling looks like that's correct. That's kind of like what people are paying right now. This is already funding a big portion of that. And then when there's more time, we can revisit the business tax later. So I think that's I think a better direction. So I'd like to make the motion that we move forward on the utility tax and revisit the business tax later.
I don't see a second.
Okay, that's all I had.
So before returning to Councilmember Du Bois, I just wanted to make one comment on those would have toward continuing to use these funds for the purposes that we're committing. We have a really strong example of our transient occupancy taxes, the hotel taxes, where we stipulated in a similar matter based on a simple majority of the council that those funds would go exclusively to our infrastructure master plan. And through thick and thin, difficult economic times and stronger, the council has held to that commitment through three different councils, compositions, has held to it without wavering. And frankly, when this sort of clear commitment is made to voters, if future councils don't live up to that commitment, good luck going to the voters with other requests. And frankly, if you're an elected official and make that commitment, don't live up to it, good luck trying to get reelected. So I think that we're making strong commitments, that the council has a record and the city has a record of abiding by those kinds of obligations, promises that they made to the voters. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, Mayor Burt, you made the first point I was going to make, which again, I do think we do have a very strong record of abiding by our guidelines. The TOT is one example. We also have a lot of guidelines on reserves and things, which again are really just policies we could change if we wanted to, but we don't. The other point I'd like to make is, I don't think economists are in agreement if we're in a recession yet or not, but typically they've been about 18 months long. This is phased in over 3 years. So again, full implementation would be in 2025. And, when times were booming, we also heard this wasn't the right time. So I think the phase in is the wise thing. So I'll try to attempt a motion. which I sent to the city clerk. It's actually quite short. So I'd move that we adopt the ad hoc alternative at 12 cents a square foot. And then we'd revise attachment C, which is the spending advisory that accounts for the gas transfer not being brought forward. And that we would put the gas transfer item on the August 8th agenda. And if I can just explain why I have these three steps. I'm trying to leave a window open for last second discussion.
Sorry, can we see if we have a second first?
Yeah, but okay.
I'll second.
Okay. Seconded by Councilmember Phil Seth. Go ahead and speak to your motion.
Yeah, so again, because the council hasn't been involved in these ad hoc discussions, like I said, we went weeks with polite refusals to have discussions. And the last couple of days, there have been kind of maybe indications that people are willing to talk. And so what I'm trying to do here is leave a little bit of a window open, literally for agreement tomorrow or Wednesday morning. And so that would allow us to agendize a tweak to this for next Monday. And by putting the gas transfer decision off till next Monday, we will know whether we're going to have opposition to both taxes or not have opposition to both taxes. And so that's why I structured this the way I did. And so if I can explain the logic further if I'm not being clear, but yeah, that's basically the structure.
Councilmember Phil Seth, would you like to speak to your second?
Only briefly, I'll probably propose an amendment in a few minutes.
Okay, well, why don't you go ahead and offer any amendment you have at this time?
I wonder if the maker of the motion would accept 11 cents a square foot instead of 12.
And what's your thinking?
Well, we've raised the threshold to 10,000 square feet. And we've delayed the start of this to the point that it really doesn't kick in full for 3 years. And the result of that has been, the receipts are going to have gone down from this. And I think at $15 million, split 3 ways, we have very little margin for error for the things that we want to do, right? And we can't cut public safety. So one of the things that, we sort of talked about decline of public safety in the recession or in the pandemic. But the reality is if you go back 15 or 20 years, for the last 15 or 20 years, public safety staffing, both fire and police in Palo Alto, has declined steadily at between 1 and 1.5% a year, okay? And the reason is that in order to make budget, that's sort of our standard operating procedure, not, I think, intentionally, but that's how it worked out. And that's not something we can continue in the future if we're going to serve the safety needs of the community, right? Particularly given newer challenges. Obviously, we read the papers, but other kinds of things, wildfires, medical response times, and so forth, right? So I think we have to have enough to fund that. Nobody up here wants to spend less on affordable housing. Okay, we need to do that. Okay, and grade separation, local match is going to be the key to us getting funding for this. And I think at $15 million per year, we have very little margin for error. I think a 1 or 2 cents, but even 1 cent will make a significant difference in our flexibility in order to be able to apply this for where we need to do it, do the things we need to do. Furthermore, let me talk for a second about a couple of objections. One is a bad time to do this. Well, I think it's a bad time to cut services too. Okay, and so we need to balance those things in. As has been pointed out, this doesn't really kick in for 3 years, so people have plenty of time to see it coming. The other issue I want to spend a second on is this notion of it's roughly a 1% rent increase for large companies and 0 for small ones. So a little more for a very big company, a little less for a somewhat smaller company. The argument has been that
a 1% rent increase would chase big tech out of town. Okay. This is a town in which people already pay a significant premium to be here versus San Jose, and in which rents typically go up. Actually, for the last decade, on average, they've gone up 6% a year for office rents in Palo Alto. Right. The 1% a year. A number of us up here on this council in our previous lives, have made facilities decisions like that. Okay. And you have a number of factors. I know the mayor has done this a few times. I know Councilmember Du Bois has done it. I've done it. You have a bunch of factors as to which facility you're going to pick or move from and so forth. And a 1% difference is hardly ever, in my experience anyway, a significant factor relative to all the other things, including some of those that we're going to be funding as we reinvest this 1% back into the community. So I hope we don't chase big tech out of town, but our experience here suggests it's probably not likely, right? And I hope that's the case. I think whether it's 10 cents or 11 cents probably isn't going to make a difference from a long-term business perspective, but I think it will make a significant difference in our ability to fund what we need to fund in the city, right? And so I think we ought to do that, right? And the rest of it, I think, is we spent enough time. I think I think we're in the sweet spot here.
So you want to go to 11 cents because you think we need more than 10, but not 12.
Yes.
Okay, I'll accept the 11 cents.
I don't see other lights. I'll just wade in that I was torn whether we should proceed at this time with the 10 or the 12 cents, and I'm willing to accept this with an understanding that if the coalition opposing the tax comes forward and we can arrive at a mutually acceptable set of terms, then we'll be coming back to the council with that information next Monday and move forward one way or another at that time. I do just want to add on that over the last decade or so, we had been seeing on average commercial rents going up 5% or so per year. And so that's each year going up that much until recently. And they're actually, ironically, showing that they're on the rise on the asking rents for reasons I can't quite figure out. But the notion that 1% that frankly any landlord could choose to absorb to retain tenants with kind of without much of a blink of an eye, that the notion that would be fundamental to a business decision on staying in Palo Alto or leaving in Palo Alto is to have a 1% additional cost versus what they've experienced and the premium that they're already paying to be here just doesn't add up from a practical standpoint. Maybe an emotional response in some quarters by opponents, but from an actual business decision, it doesn't add up. Well, hang on. I think it's incumbent on us to make sure that 1% is spent wisely that will provide value for it too. Okay. I'll wait until we're called on, but I think a point that Councilmember Philseth is making, that the uses of this tax are of real high benefit and importance, not only to the residents, but to the business community and the sustainability of the region. Sustainability for people who live here, but also sustainability for the businesses who value being here, who find this a vibrant location, but are running up against some really big problems that are just the same as the residents. The cost of housing, the availability of affordable housing for a range of income levels, so that we We know that we can't have a region that is almost entirely high income, high tech employees and have that be a functioning, balanced economy that people want to live and work in. And the need for transit expansion and Caltrain expansion is vital to the business community. The ease of crossing at these key locations is vital to the business community, vital to Stanford. And I believe that when I look at the corporate guiding principles of many of these companies, they actually align very well with the efforts that we're making here. And when we look at not only public safety in terms of police and fire, but public safety in terms of the real human and social criticality of us making sure that we do the most we can to provide means restrictions at our railroad crossings, which have been a crisis in our community for more than a decade. And so anyone who believes in affordable housing, who strongly believes in us taking real steps forward to protect the safety of our youth, and believes in investing in the transportation and in public safety, I think will support this measure. Let's see. Councilmember Tanaka, did you want to speak again?
Yes, I was doing another round.
We have a motion now, so we can speak to the motion. Councilmember Tanaka.
Okay. Question for staff first. What is the average rent, commercial rent in the city? Do you guys know?
We researched it last week, late last week. It's about $7 per square foot.
The average commercial rent, including retail and
Yes.
okay. So 11 cents by 7 is about 1.6%. Or yeah, 1.6%. So it's a little bit more than 1.
Excluding exemptions.
Okay. So I was wondering if we could look at packet page 94 for recital A. And when I look at recital A, it seems to imply that the business community does not contribute to city services, which I think is not true. I think certainly through the utility tax, it does. And so I'm just trying to think of how the recital A helps, because if not, I would suggest we just strike it.
Which sentence are you referring to? Because what I see here says that they do not contribute through a local business tax. What are you referring to? You have to read the whole sentence.
Okay, let me move on to recital C. So recital C, proceeds for the tax.
Can you pull your mic?
Oh, sorry. A little squeeze here. So yeah, recital C. So same packet page. Yeah, so I realized that I've made the motion before to do a specific tax, but that has not been accepted. But I was wondering if on C, we can be more specific about making sure that the funds we have are actually going to be used to help some of the people that actually are paying for this. Because right now it's a very general government purposes. So I think it'd be good if there's more specificity in here that says what will this be used for.
Maybe the city attorney can speak to this and the constraints.
Right. So this recital complies with the law by accurately describing the form of the tax.
Okay.
I think what you're getting at is the advisory spending guidelines and wanting those to be different. So That is attachment C.
Okay. But shouldn't that be referenced then?
It is referenced there.
Packet page 132.
It's referenced in recital C, which is proceeds from the tax will be placed in the general fund for general governmental purposes.
Okay.
It's an accurate statement. And then the council has approved advisory spending guidelines after considering input from residents and stakeholders on city spending priorities. The present tense is there because once you do approve all these things, you haven't done it yet, but you will.
Because it would seem that, at least to make this more clear, it would be like City Council will follow advisory spending guidelines or something like that versus has approved, right? It just seems kind of, it doesn't connect the dots very strongly.
So it's accurate, as I think I've said several times tonight, that the advisory spending guidelines are an advisory resolution of this council stating your intention. The actual decision to implement spending each year of the tax proceeds will be made by the council during your budget process.
So I think
we can't say anything other than that to the voters and still be accurate.
Okay, so I think the issue here is that because of legal reasons, it has to be general fund for general government purposes. That's kind of like the legal requirement. Okay. So on to 2.37.020. So that's packet page 23. That's packet page 97. Oh, sorry, 98. M. So M is a kind of a very unique way for every business to be measured. It's not, if I understand, this is not industry standard. And the city has records in the building and planning department as well as the business registry. So to me, it just seems like maybe what we should do is just we could propose to this is what we have in our records, and then they could appeal it if they disagree, versus trying to come up with a new way of measuring it. So I was just trying to make this more simple than it is right now.
Let's let staff respond to whether this is a new measure of
Right. So the definition refers to several industry standards and asks businesses who have the most accurate and current information to describe their own size. And it's subject to double checking by city staff and audit. That's the best way to do it. The city's records on these kinds of issues are not full or complete and would not reflect an accurate way to measure the tax.
And just one other note, the city's records would potentially be for the full footprint of the building. And, a building may have shared occupancy. And so this calculation provides direction on how that may be split and can be reported under penalty of perjury by the business itself.
It's quite standard that taxpayers self-report subject to checking. That's the case for gross receipts. It's the case for payroll. It's the business that has the information. And of course, the city double checks and audits as needed.
Because I've, some of you guys know, I've run a business before, and I've rented a couple of different office buildings, and I didn't know the exact square footage, and the landlord didn't know either. So that would require someone to actually go out there and measure, some sort of appraiser. So that's where I'm coming from on this. It's like another step that makes it hard. Okay, let me move on to 2.37.080. Okay, so that's packet page 101. And I guess the concept here is, our hotels are already really hurting. We know our 2T is down tremendously right now. And so why not just have a 1-for-1 offset? I don't quite understand why we only are doing a 50% offset. So what's the rationale there?
That's a policy decision. That's what we were directed to do by council.
Okay, so I'd like to propose that we just have it a 1-for-1 versus a 50% offset on section 2.37.080. Would the maker and seconder take that as a friendly amendment?
So first of all, we're in attachment B, not A, right? Because we didn't move attachment A.
Or am I in the wrong section?
So,
But
yeah, just to clarify, I think the TOT offset is proposed to be 1-for-1.
yeah, exactly.
Discretionary sales and use tax offset that is a percentage with a cap.
Oh, actually, so yeah, so it's TOT, but also discretionary sales and use tax to me also, because couldn't a company just say they're going to move, like Tesla, they say we're going to move more of it to Fremont. I don't know. It just seems like if they're already contributing to the city with their discretionary sales and use tax, why do it at only 50%, dollar for dollar? So I don't know. Maybe I don't know if someone here has maybe staff or one of my colleagues. Does someone have a rationale for that? Why do it that way? Why not do it as we do with the TOT tax?
Well, maybe staff can respond to that. My recollection was that staff had done analysis and looked at how effective of an incentive this would actually be. And it was a positive incentive for businesses that have that discretionary location, but maybe staff can speak to that a little bit.
Sure. I think actually you summarized it well, Mayor Burt. We did look at the calculation. We looked at existing reporting. And as one of the credits, this was one of the policy discussions and choices.
And we've had discussions, or staff has had discussions with some of these businesses that may be affected in this way?
That's correct.
And their response was what?
In support of this.
Okay. Of that offset, supportive of that offset. Can't hear you too well when you. Okay.
Okay, let me move on. Let's see, section 2.37.110. So back to page 103. So I guess to me, it just makes me wonder why make business submit the same form every single quarter, right? And because I'm just thinking on the business side, that's a staff member time that someone has to take to do all this stuff. Like I'm sure every quarter, the nature of the business activity is not changing every quarter, right? Yeah, so anyways, it's to me.
Come to an agreement to pay the tax on a more or less frequent basis. So there's a flexibility there. If a business would like to pay annually, that's the very next section.
But it says with each quarterly tax payment, a business operator must submit a quarterly tax return, right?
Please see the section below 2.37.120.
So, but that means that they have to appeal so they could file less often?
They don't need to appeal. If a business wants to pay their tax, all of their tax at the beginning of the year for the entire year, I'm sure that the city will happily agree with that.
Oh, I see. So you're making
the quarterly payment is intended to be an accommodation to businesses that allow them to spread out the cost over the year.
I see. Okay, so but it's more expense to actually comply to this tax then.
I'm sure that the city would be happy to accept a full year's payment at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, if they had the money, that's true. Okay, let's see. So 2.3720 or 220. So that's actually I know I'm over time, but I just have just a few more. Can I continue or should I go next round?
I don't think we're going to have a next round.
Okay,
if you can be as concise as possible.
Okay, so. Okay, so 237.220, confidentiality of records. Yeah, well, I guess my feeling here is just to make it easier for people to comply. And for those of you that operate a business, you know that just another, it's like another tax because you have to assign staff members to do this kind of work. To me, it just seems that we should try to use the data that we have already versus having to do more. But okay, anyways, I think I'm gonna skip that one. Let me go to 270. So 2.37.270, which is on packet page 110. So right now on section A, it says City Council may amend this chapter in any way it deems necessary without the approval of the electorate, provided the amendment does not increase the amount of tax that any person would pay. And because one thing you have to think about is also the administration burden of businesses. So I'd like to propose that we say, instead of what it says right now, says, provided the amendment does not increase the burden of administration nor the amount of tax. So just basically not, so right now it just, section A only talks about the amount of tax not increasing, but if there's a lot more paperwork that a business has to do, that's equivalent to an increase of a tax. So anyways, this is just something to make it a little bit more palatable to the people that are going to be paying this.
If you're talking about palatability politically, or you're talking about
I'm just talking about to make this, because this is going to be an administrative burden for people paying this tax, trying to lower the administrative burden. Right, the city still gets its money, but it's less administration burden for the businesses. Okay, anyways, I'd like to propose that. I don't know if the maker or seconder would be open to that.
No, I think staff's done a good job here, and it's really hard to judge what's more administratively burdensome.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. I don't think any of us are against more funding for public safety and transportation and affordable housing. It's just a question of, the level we're going to do it at. I'm not going to support this tonight, and here's why. We're taking a risk. I'm still perplexed as to why the ad hoc would raise their own proposal when the prior proposal was already generating the objections, and somehow think that this will generate discussion. So the logic eludes me there, but if you guys think it's going to work, you're welcome to try. I think if we go back and think about all the polling data, if we raise this above what we had polled at, and we know that there will be opposition, this could be a 50-50 shot of it passing. So expected value, if it's 11 cents, we'll call it 16 instead of the 15.5 round numbers, that's 8 million. Whereas the gas transfer, if we just did that alone, pretty sure that, based on the polling data, that would pass, and that's 7 million. Then if we drop the business tax, just round numbers, we'll do 5 cents. That would be 7.5. That's much less likely to gender opposition. 7.5 plus the 7, we're at 14.5 million for expected value instead of the 50% likelihood. I'm guessing that this would pass with significant opposition. So I'm just struggling to see the logic of this. And there's a lot of space between 5 cents and 10 cents, by the way. I'm also thinking about listening to what Councilmember Phil said. Maybe our 1/3 isn't exactly right. Maybe we should have half on public safety. It is the most significant portion of our budget. It is the portion that the business community usually asks us to focus on. So I'm unable to support this, and I, really just devoutly hope that there is some other plan or strategy at work that's going to result in us having the option to move forward with the gas transfer and, a business tax that's not going to engender opposition. It's going to be really hard. And this is August already. I don't know that there's a campaign committee. We had one person say that they're willing to work on it, but there's a lot of work to do here to get this passed in the face of significant opposition.
All right, I see no more lights, so let's vote.
Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry. If staff could, if you're ready to vote on this, talk about some of the mechanics in the motion and suggest a few adjustments.
Okay.
Thank you. So with the alternative B recalced at 11 cents, staff would actually recommend that the council give staff direction to revise the ordinance, the ballot question, and then also attachment C is noted here based on the gas transfer not being brought forward, and bring those documents back for final adoption on 8/8.
Right. I think that's been implicit throughout.
Awesome. Then the motion would need to change from adopting it and say, direct staff to bring forward final documents based on the ad hoc alternative as listed in attachment B, adjusting the rate to 11 cents for council consideration on 8/8.
Does that sound good to the maker and the seconder?
Yes, just to clarify for A and B. Sorry, am I muted? For A and B, those could be on consent, correct?
They may be. So that's a council choice and can be part of the motion for direction to staff.
Yep. Yep. So I would make those changes and that we would ask staff to bring forth the documents for A and B and put those on consent.
Is that on consent unless the ad hoc committee comes with new recommendations based on negotiations?
We'd have to pull it off consent.
Yeah.
Yeah. But we wouldn't have to pull it. We simply wouldn't have to agendize it on consent if we've had those changes before then. We do that on determining what goes on consent and agenda planning. This will be a little more last minute, but yeah, we wouldn't have to pull it. Okay, and that's good to the seconder as well?
It's similar language for B there, right? Direct staff to bring back the revised attachment C. So Director Nose, is that captured?
Is there a need to bring back something if we're not going to do it?
Yeah, we wanted to
Attachment C is the advisory spending guidelines, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry, not the, well, it says.
The gas transfer item. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Your B here refers to attachment C, which is the advisory spending guidelines. Your C is the gas tax item.
Yeah, but why are we referencing the gas transfer? Oh,
there are
accounts
some
for it.
Yes, there are some minor changes that.
I see.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
So can I just clarify,
Please.
Mr. Mayor and ad hoc and council members, that it's the council's understanding that in the event there are additional discussions with the business community in the next day and a half and a new proposal comes out of that staff has the authority to draft that up and bring that forward on the 8th, and that will be an action item.
Yes, if the ad hoc committee makes that recommendation.
Just want everyone to understand that that would be how we would proceed. We would bring these documents as well so that council members who haven't seen the new proposal will have all of these things plus a new proposal.
So basically 2 sets of options, what we have tonight, and if there is an alternative, you will bring that in final documents as well.
I think that's the best way to handle it so that everyone has the full set of documents to make a decision.
Okay. All right. Do we have any other discussion? If not, would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Du Bois?
yes.
Councilmember Philseth?
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka?
No.
Councilmember Cormac?
No.
Vice Mayor Ku?
Yes.
Councilmember Stone?
Yes.
Mayor Burt?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-2.
Thank you. All right. I believe that concludes this item. And our final item of the evening is council member questions, comments, and announcements. Does anyone have any updates that they'd like to provide? Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. I attended the special board meeting, actually, I'm sorry, the Santa Clara County Cities Association special board meeting on June 23rd. And the board had been taking positions on pieces of legislation before they went on break, before the legislators went on break. But I was not able to, I had to abstain because we hadn't taken positions on it here at our council. And I think that we need to propose to, we should be proposing to Cities Association that they should list out all the different cities and how they voted. Not every city was in agreement, but I just wanted to bring that forward. The other meeting that I attended is for the Silicon Valley Regional Interoperability Agency. And basically, one of the things that they are doing is they are following SB 1000 legislation, which is the Law Enforcement Agency's encryption and radio communications. One of the things that they're looking very carefully and following is the provision for reimbursements for unfunded state mandates. The reason this is closely looked at is because there is a cost to unencrypting the radios, and mostly that has to do with staff time. I think that's all. Thank you.
Great. And I'll just share that I had the privilege to visit 3 of our sister cities plus Copenhagen and Sonderborg in Denmark as part of a workcation travel on my dime. But it was a real both pleasure to not only re-engage with those sister cities, but more specifically, the focus of the bulk of the meetings I had was to really compare and share initiatives that we are doing and they are doing on climate matters. And I'll be trying to compose a summary that I'll give a brief version to the full council and hopefully a little longer version to the SCAP ad hoc. But I'll say that each of the cities has a somewhat different approach, and in Europe, they have more in common in their approach than we do. They have focused more on energy recapture and central heating types of approaches with major initiatives on electrification. They also are looking at in Europe in a very strong initiative on green hydrogen power as an important leg in their carbon reduction programs. And certainly electrification is a big part of what they're doing, but we're probably ahead on electrification and not as focused on the key parts of what they're doing as in those other areas as they are. But ultimately, what came out of the U.S. Conference of Mayors and what is emerging throughout is that there is a real need for templates and work plans by cities that are on the cutting edge so that the next early adopters can quickly utilize those experiences and plans and programs on their own so that then it can quickly propagate to the vast number of other cities. And so that's the thrust of what the meetings were about and what my more detailed update will be for you as I get time to compose that. And on that note, I think we're adjourned. Thank you.